Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on May 5th. Yesterday I did it. Do I do it today?
2 in a row.
Cinco de Mayo. I had to mute my computer. I didn't want to hear myself back on the YouTube. Good morning, Chad, and good morning, everybody. Let me introduce the panel. A lot to talk about today, and we have Danielle DiMartino booth with us, which is great. Live in studio here in Naples, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man on the big screen, Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a glorious day here on the island. Let's do this.
It is. All right, let's take a quick look at the tape and get to the news with Shai. You know, overnight markets were sharply unchanged, as I like to call it. The index is, again, chipping away higher, man. And I put in my morning note this morning, the most likely scenario for bears is a consolidation. It's what I continue to see. You know, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for everyone that wants to be short, but there was a joke in there too. Was it the bear? You caught it. Craig's sharp, man. He's on it. S&P's up 27, 72.57. Nasdaq's up 157. 27,933. Russell's up 17. Dow's up 161. All the indexes working together. Remember we used to do that in school? No, but did people learn music anymore, Shai?
I don't know.
Maybe. Gold is up 35. Again, metals all up across the board today, up over 2% is copper. Silver is up nearly 1%, up 1.5% is the platinum market. Bonds flat. Up a tick and a half in the 10s, up 2 ticks in the 30s. And 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.4. Everything kind of flat against the dollar. Bitcoin futures, 81,375. 82,000, I think, was a big level that I believe that the guys on the Sunday night show were talking about. So, again, we're kind of getting into areas that maybe there's some opportunities. We'll discuss all that and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right. So the fragile U.S.-Iran ceasefire is holding this morning after a day of clashes involving shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. The violence erupted after President Trump had announced Project Freedom, which he described as a humanitarian effort to guide neutral ships stranded in the Gulf. Iran warned all ships against trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz without its permission, hit a South Korean bulk tanker and attacked an empty tanker belonging to UAE, as well as hitting Fujairah. Yesterday, Trump stopped short of calling off the ceasefire yesterday, giving markets a boost. Chevron CEO Mike Wirth said on Monday, he was speaking at the Millikan Institute. There's a big meeting there. He said exactly what I've been saying, by the way, that physical shortage in oil supply should begin appearing around the world because of the closure of the strait. He said we'll start to see physical shortage, noting that the surplus in supply in commercial markets and tankers, in shadow fleets and national strategic reserves have already been absorbed. Asia is most heavily dependent on the Gulf's oil production and refineries, with Europe likely to be affected next. He said the overall effect of the strait is potentially as big as the 1970s. Exactly what I've been talking about. In tech markets, disruption caused by artificial intelligence are threatening private credit potentials recovery rates in the software sector, according to Davidson Kempner Capital Management, also at the Millikan conference yesterday. He said, my real concern is in recovery value in these assets, adding that the average recovery in first lien debt over the past 5 years was already below 40 cents. Software businesses are likely to fare even worse because they lack hard assets to support valuation once performance deteriorates. And also in AI news, we have the Trump administration taking a turn. They're considering an executive order to create a working group on artificial intelligence. This would include a government review process for new models. The approach would resemble one that is used in the UK, which researches and makes recommendations on safe uses of leading models. So in other words, the government may have some say in what models you can release and can't release. due to safety concerns.
Safety concerns?
Safety concerns. Yes. And in bond markets, we have the 30-year yield is currently at 5.01% this morning. For bond investors, the 5% yield on 30-year treasuries carries a special importance. Some kind of view this as a line in the sand for the market, a level that's almost irresistible to long-term investors like pension funds and insurers. And if the buying doesn't pick up here, the thinking goes that something must be truly amiss. Indeed, moves above the 5% level have proved to be short-lived over the past year, but now with renewed tensions in the Persian Gulf, elevated oil prices that are pushing up inflation expectations, and the costs of offsetting the economic fallout from the war all point to potentially higher yields and a more persistent break above 5% or an eclipse at the 5.1% rate briefly recorded in 2023 would herald a trading range not seen in almost 2 decades. And we've also heard in recent weeks, BlackRock came out themselves and said that they believe government bond yields are set to stay higher for longer. I certainly think that would, if we started to hold above those rates, that might put pressure on the equity market. So just something to watch. In that respect, we have earnings after the bell. We have AMD as well as EOG, Occidental, and Coterra, which are all energy companies in the U.S. As far as data is concerned, today at 8:30 a.m., we have trade balance, imports, and exports. 9:45 a.m. Eastern, S&P Global Services PMI. Now, that's going to be important because everybody will be watching that employment sector under there and prices paid. It's going to be interesting for a view on the economy. And then, of course, at 10, we have ISM Services Index, also, again, important for the same reasons, new home sales and jolts.
Yeah, market moving stuff at 10 a.m. Eastern. Market needs it, I think. It's in this bull grindy mode, so we'll see if that kind of gets us going a little bit. Craig, this morning, the Happy Crab, who we were able to meet in person at the Miami meetup, said it's Cinco de Mayo on Taco Tuesday. I know that you I mean, that has,
yeah,
he's coming in strong.
Yeah, I did tweet that. I did tweet that out yesterday too.
It's kind of it's rage bait for you.
It
I
was
think.
Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday, and the market was down yesterday. That was a layup. That was a layup to be long, at the close yesterday. But just some headlines right now. Pete Hegseth is giving a conference to the media right now, so some headlines hitting. Nothing too earth-shattering, but he's saying things like, "We're not looking for a fight. Prefer this to be peaceful, but we're locked and loaded." So, look, there was some missiles did fly yesterday, but clearly they were downplayed. We'll see if escalation reignites over the course of the next days and in weeks. But markets are moving. Like we talked about yesterday, equity markets want to move on. And so if you want to play elevated geopolitical concerns, there are other ways to do it. Yesterday, long-dated crude broke out, to new highs, was up 5%. As Tracy mentioned, the long bond continues to sell off. Yields are through 5%. But for now, the U.S. equity market is rather impervious to that. It's not really impacted, for now, particularly the U.S. tech sector. And that's what we continue to see. Big news after the close, AMD, obviously a huge reporter. Another look at the strength of the AI CapEx story, the returns associated with it. But for now, it's hard to disrupt that unless the news on the geopolitical stuff gets incrementally worse consistently, right? We talked about that yesterday. We're in a supportive flows environment. Share buybacks have returned. The window of potential weakness is closed. Option buybacks are in there as expiry is next week. And so we're in that grinding up tape. There'll be some dispersions, over the course of the days as different companies report and sectors outperform, underperform, but hard to break the momentum. Now, there is some data that's important. I think the ISM services number I talked about yesterday, I think that is an important data point. Manufacturing ISM last week was very stagflationary, high prices paid print, low employment print. So I would imagine we're going to see something similar with services again today. So the dynamics of this stagflationary environment are brewing. So something to keep an eye on here as we push through this quarter. The U.S. economy showing some lagging momentum, elevated prices, Fed out of play. Where are the incremental catalysts going to come from? They're going to continue to come from earnings, but more and more sectors may start to fall, off by the wayside here if the economy doesn't show some signs of stabilization and the Strait doesn't reopen soon.
You know what's interesting is that the markets, they set levels of where we expect impact on pricing. I mean, they don't really set them. We try to set them, right? If we go back, remember inflation? What was it, 2? Right? Now what is it? Now what's like the comfort zone? 3?
3, over 3, yeah.
Over 3, right? Bond markets, 5%. Markets at all-time highs. Crude oil gets above 100.
Yep.
Now you've got inflation above 3. You've got 30-year bonds above 5. And you got crude above 100. And equities are at all-time highs. Hey, look it. I don't make the rules, but I'm just saying.
And you have 10-year inflation expectations, the highest level since 2023 at 2.5%. So, like long-dated expectation of inflation is now rising.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, we go to you. We take a quick look at the tape again. I mean, equities are up again. But today, what's interesting about it, no divergences. Equity indexes are working together. Pretty clean tape on the highs. So now you have full participation. You got metals up, energy down. So that's been an opposite correlation, too. You know, when energies have been getting bid, the metals have been getting sold. Not necessarily something to play off of, but money flowing in, money flowing out. And again, bond market up slightly, but still weak overall. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have the Russell and Nasdaq pressing all-time highs right now, but the big story I think is the correlations are starting to shift, like you just pointed out. So when I'm looking at the E-mini S&P as an example, and I just kind of measure correlations with respect to the bonds as an example, they were way positive only a week ago. Now they've kind of shifted to kind of way negative. That's that second panel here. Not way negative, but negative correlation now is 36.8% based on a 21-day look back for the bonds. Down on gold. Gold went from highly positive correlated with the ES. Now we're at negative 41.7% correlation. Remember, this is a 21-period move. And then the correlations with crude oil was the most interesting. We're almost uncorrelated now. We were highly negative. Now we're approaching almost zero. So there's this shift in correlation between the equity markets and the major asset classes, maybe going back to normal, the way we would expect it, as opposed to just risk on, risk off every day. So we'll see if that trend continues.
I love that chart, Jimmy.
Yep.
We need to, when we get up our website, we're going to have that, which is coming soon, folks, by the way. Maybe you saw Pax's website last week. There's more of them coming out. That's a great thing to put up, was people talk about correlations a lot. I know that we all do here in the mornings, at least. And for traders to be able to actually see them, that's great. Quick plug this morning. If you go into the chat and check out, there's a link in there. Enter a chance to win an annual subscription to the Daily Feather for Danielle DiMartino booth, one of my favorites. I have a subscription to it. You should too. Here's a chance to win it. Go ahead, click on the link, sign up throughout the day, and later in the day, Jimmy will be announcing the winner. I believe it's Jimmy, right? Is that you, Jimmy?
Yep.
Jimmy, is that you?
It is.
Yeah.
He is announcing
not only
the
that,
winner, yes.
I'm filling out the form because I want to win the subscription too.
Jim Cagnina Jr., Jim Cagnina Sr. Yeah, I know. We know the games. Craig, back to you. Again, we kind of laid out with Jimmy what this tape is like. You see the correlations and the breakdown of it in the crude oil market, but I think it's just a breakdown in general. And somebody in the chat said, just slowly chipping away at the U.S. dollar. I don't remember exactly what they said, but I mean, we get the drift, right? I mean, just devaluing the U.S. dollar is what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you have a situation where the U.S. economy, the strong parts of the U.S. economy driven by the AI capex are really, just very, very strong. And, the pain that the lower part of the K-shaped economy has been feeling and we've been talking about just doesn't resonate with the overall, economic impact. It's just not large enough. And it's not something that necessarily the administration at this point is particularly focused on. And you're seeing that in the polling data, and that could be an issue later this year with the midterms. But as far as the economic data is concerned, you saw it in the IP numbers yesterday, which were strong. The capital goods numbers, orders have been robust, and largely it's an AI capex story. And so as long as that capital keeps going into the sector, it's going to be hard to see the U.S. economy really slow down. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's great for everybody, and great for every sector, great for every company. And so the parts of the economy that are struggling, again, there are ways to play that if that's what you're focused on. If you're concerned about the geopolitical, there are ways to play that. But if you think that trading the S&P based on what's going on right now, to the lower part of the K-shaped economy or what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, that it's not the most direct way to express that view. The S&P is largely driven, day to day by where we are on the calendar, where we are in the flows. What does that look like? And so right now, in a very supportive tape for the S&P, it's going to take a lot of negative news to really put in a durable top. And I think that's, and for the NASDAQ as well, because that's kind of the beta to the AI CapEx story. AMD puts out a terrible number tonight. Things could change. NVIDIA reports in 2.5 weeks. Things could change. But until then, hard to really break until we get through expiry next Friday. And then we kind of see when the supportive flows are less, the bar for news then is lowered, and then things could shift up. But right now, it's very difficult to break the momentum.
Yep. One of the things I put in my morning note this morning, which I want to point out, is it's very rare that we go from range expansion to mean reversion. So just think about that as a day trader, right? Because we're in range expansion higher, especially when you're making all-time highs. The thought of trying to get short sounds appealing, but it just doesn't work out, right? I mean, it's just, again, every dip has been bought. I made a joke of it. I've been making kind of, not really jokes of it, but it's kind of the auto buy the dip. And Farm said, hey, thanks for calling the top deli. Look, I'm not day trading anymore, so I don't really look at it that way. But I will tell you this, if I'm day trading, one of the things that I did for many years of my career was I would just focus on one side. When we're in range expansion and equities, man, it's hard to try and pick tops. And even if we get into a consolidation, slow things down, wait to see support get held. Once it does, that's the signals I would take. And again, to last a long time as a day trader, you've got to be able to make it through times like this. Now you have lower volume, lower volatility, and everyone's, likely probably looking at some shorts at some point during the day, and they may work for rotations for sure. But the reason why you're getting more short signals is because we keep going higher and testing resistance. But again,
and there are other markets to trade.
Other markets to trade,
right? Not just the indexes.
Yeah, exactly.
Just pointing that out.
Well, let's go to metals then, Shai, because this is the market that I think is it's a pretty busy two-way tape. I still think the metals seem a little heavier to me. Obviously, you've talked about this with rates. Bond markets continue to kind of push hop higher from where we were earlier this morning, which I think is also something that helps metals.
Yes.
I mean, what are you seeing in metals today?
100%, I think that helps. They do feel heavy, but technically speaking, I have a big level for gold here, a big level for silver here, and a big level for platinum here. If they could hold here, we could see more upside. That said, again, I agree, they're heavy. Watch the bond market. Gold and silver are really correlated to the bond market. So if we start to see some relief in those yields, meaning bonds higher, that should help the sentiment in the metals markets.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we'll talk about next, Jimmy, and is I think that if you're looking for a tape where there is more two-way action, I think the metals are the place. And if you're looking for correlations, you could look at what the bond market is doing versus metals. I think it's, again, something to look at. Go outside, maybe your comfort zone, everybody, if you're trading equities, and maybe you're either getting chopped up or a little frustrated with them.
There's micros and all those.
Yeah, there's micros. Metals are busy right now. And when I look at the bond market on a day where the bond market is up, it's a day where the metals feel some relief, and when they are finding support, they're getting bid.
Yeah,
Jimmy, thoughts on the metals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to dip into the gold market on the Edge report today. But we hit this 150-day simple moving average last few sessions, and every time buyers kind of show up and they push us back up a little bit. So we have some really nice support around 45.20, and we saw that last night. And then going into the open overnight, buyers are coming back in a little bit. So it's kind of I think it was a decent 2-day bottom actually yesterday for gold. So I feel like I'm a little bit bullish today in the morning, but yeah, that 150 is kind of key right now, and we have a lot of support, 5 days worth of support around 45. I'll give you the exact number. 45.30 actually is where where support begins. So we'll see how it goes. We're not out of the woods yet. Moving averages are all kind of looking not that great, but we do got a little bit of a green candle right now.
Chad, I want to hear from you this morning. What markets are you trading? I know it's early. Thanks for being here with us. It's 8:20 Eastern. What are you guys trading? Let us know. I'd like to hear it in the chat. Let's see what you guys are trading. I mean, it's going to be 8 out of 10 NASDAQ for sure, but let's see what the other 20% is. Everybody loves the NASDAQ so much. I mean, listen, I get it. I mean, I trade it every now and then, but...
We've got Salma trading RTY and YM.
Yeah.
We love that.
I know. I saw Stowe yesterday in chat messaging that there only could be one bull in the Russell in this team, and it's me. I caught it, Stowe. I'm watching. Always watching. Craig, back to you. You talk about the windows of strength and the windows of weakness. We've talked about how we're in a time of strength because expiries next week. Anything change with these big earnings coming up? Obviously, AMD and then NVIDIA next week. Anything you're seeing kind of outside of maybe the equity indexes?
Yeah, I mean, Palantir was last night. Numbers weren't great. And so the continuation of the software underperformance trade is going to remain. AMD, obviously, big today for the semis relative outperformance. NVIDIA, not next week, it's the week after. So we still have a little bit of time on that front. But the divergences between secular growth areas of the economy and cyclical growth areas of the economy are fairly stark. You saw anything that's really consumer facing. Norwegian Cruise Line yesterday, not great. Some of the airline numbers have not been great. Housing yesterday was kind of a disaster. 30-year rates moved through 5%, oil up 5%, mortgage rates move higher. Housing stocks have been, definitely for sale. Home Depot has been very weak. And so, those areas of the economy that are more rate sensitive are struggling, and so those divergences are there. I think the data out this morning will be important. We're going to get the JOLTS numbers; those are for March, so a little bit of stale data there. But you will get a read on quits and openings, and then the ISM services numbers, are the best leading indicator, I think, for how is the non-AI capex part of the economy going to be doing. The employment component will be a foreshadowing for Friday. And prices paid, I mean, the ISM manufacturing prices paid was 84.6 on Friday. Expectations for services here is 73.5 versus 70.7 last month. I mean, this is massive pricing power and massive pricing inflation that's kind of filtering through the economy. Low-end consumer really can't afford it. And so that's the inflationary dynamic is there. Again, not showing up in the indices yet, unlikely to show up in the indices between now and, let's say, the middle of next week. But if we start to get more momentum here, that inflation is not going away, the labor market is maybe slowing, and yields on the long end continue to kind of churn higher as the rest of the world, German bond yields are making, generational highs. JGB yields are making generational highs. Yep. So this is a global sell-off in the long end of fixed income. Typically, makes it more difficult to see continued relative equity outperformance, but, that might be something for the later part of this month rather than now.
Shai, we have data today at 10 o'clock. Well, we have 8:30 data too. But
and 9:45, we have S&P Global Services Index too. So that is also going to be important.
Set the tone for some expectations and what we're thinking maybe hits the tape if there's anywhere they could look for maybe some surprises.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to have to look at the employment component of that, of the services for sure, as well as the prices paid. So those are going to be very important for that data. And I also think that it's interesting, we heard from Domino's and Wingstop, and they were kind of the first to mention that their businesses are getting hit from higher gasoline prices for consumers. Now, we do have some others, Shake Shack and some others that I think people will be closely watching to really see how much of their businesses are being impacted by higher gasoline prices, because they're mentioning this now, it could set to be worse. I mean, we just had yesterday we hit the highest national average at $4.58 for the national average for gasoline. So prices are still creeping up there.
I never even heard of Wingstop.
It's great. It's a wing place if you like.
I actually had it for dinner 2 nights ago.
No,
I swear.
There's a Wingstop here in Naples?
Yeah.
I mean,
you gotta like chicken wings. I don't know.
Maybe, apparently. And Jimmy, you ever hear of a Wingstop?
I have, but I have never eaten there.
Wow.
No offense, Greg.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out more about Jimmy and what he knows about charting and technicals, because it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's continue with the gold chart. We already started talking about this 150-day simple moving average. You can see here the last 4 sessions, we just keep kind of tapping it a little bit. We're trading above it right now, although we did close below it yesterday, establishing my rectangle a little bit lower here, around 45.30. Now, I measured this outside fib from the beginning of March for about 3 weeks here to March 23rd, high to low. I used the swing highs and lows, and I'm just seeing that we never really closed above this 61.8% retracement here. We tapped it back on the 17th of April. This, in my mind, is when the trend changes, when you get a close above that 61.8 and a confirmation candle. Didn't do it, and then sold off abruptly from there. The moving averages are all sloping downward pretty consistently at this point, coming to some kind of hopefully end game here on the daily. RSI is kind of sideways, not really helping us that much. Drilling into the intraday chart, this was that low I talked about. I kind of like this low from yesterday here. And that starts around 45.20, and we kind of held it, right? We held it all the way through the Asian IB, and then we kind of rallied above it. Now we're trading above session V way up. That's that white line right now, and all things are a go to the upside. We have a 0 DTE call resistance target up here. It's 45.95, and then above that one-day max and that JAX2 at 4600. So there are some nice targets to the upside. Beyond that, we even have R1 as a good target at 4618 half. Should things break bad, I'd be looking at that JAX1 level around 4550 as a potential target. But right now, it's a really nice volume profile with a really nice point of control right by the daily pivot. So this is also going to be a very important level right now, and that's tracking 4564, kind of in the middle of the London IB as well. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that level. Again, these points of control sometimes kind of attract price, and we're in a news-driven market, as we saw yesterday. So be super, super careful there. So that's what's going on with gold right now. A little bit bullish today, in my humble opinion. I do want to talk about the mighty Russell, though. Let's get over to the Russell 2000 small cap stocks. We'll let these charts percolate for a second here. We're making new highs. We're trying to make new highs today again. The textbook explanation of this rally, domestic demand is healthy. Small caps are more U.S.-based focused. We have credit conditions aren't really choking business, and growth isn't concentrated in a few giants. Now, I don't know if you believe the textbook explanation, but that's what it is. And so we're bumping, again, making new highs right here. I had to put fib extensions in, and I drew it from the last triple bottom swing low we saw back here on the 31st. And I'm just kind of look at where these targets are. I mean, we have some really nice targets here. 38.2% is at 28.84, and the 50% at 29.34. So this is looking pretty strong. We almost have a bullish engulfing candle today if you kind of squint. And it's pretty close. It's almost an equal and opposite candle, as Dan Gramsci would call it. But it's a bullish engulfing technically. So again, it's moving averages are sloping up nicely here. RSI is driving up to 70. It's still below 70. And intraday, we have some pretty good targets as well here. We have previous sessions highs at 28.34.8. That's the ultimate target right now for a breakout further. We're tagging R1 right now. I can't express how important those pivots are. 28.29.6. And above that, we have that MenthorQ one-day max at 28.43.7. And then ultimately, we have 28.50 as call resistance and 0 DTE call resistance as well. Should this thing turn around and break down, we'll keep an eye on the point of control. It's pretty decent volume profile, actually, at this point, with a pretty dominant point of control at 28.19. Below that, I'm looking for that daily pivot level at 28.08. And then again, we have a JAX2 level, which is pretty good at 26.80. And really, while we have time here, let's go talk about the Bitcoin right now. The Bitcoin is making a move to the upside, whether it's because of the Clarity Act unclarity or not, we don't know. We'll see if that gets out of the Senate Banking Committee. But this November 21st swing low, we took this out. This is on the futures, guys, 87.45. We took that out yesterday with a wick. Today, we're trading way above it. We're back into the channel trend to the upside as well. So a little bit of encouragement here for the bulls, for the Bitcoin right now. And with look at that, the 150-day simple moving average, 85,675. And then finally, look at RSI. RSI is kind of shooting up to 70 as well. So looking a little bullish here for the Bitcoin. We'll see how it goes. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shy, preview of our wonderful guest.
Of course, we have the always amazing Danielle DiMartino, Booth CEO and Chief Strategist at QI Research, also ex-Fed.
Remember, everybody, click the link in the chat to win a chance to win one of 3 subscriptions to Danielle DiMartino's Booth's newsletter, which you definitely want to have.
Yes,
and I've
absolutely.
Got it.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take a look and see who else is going to be on the network this morning, today. Of course, Danielle DiMartino Booth is up next, and we have Tape Talk with TTrades at 8:45. We've got Trade the Open with Merritt, Black, and Christian trading boxes. Midday Markets is Stowe and Salma. And then Trade the Close is XY, Jack, and Nick. All right. Let's bring in Danielle. Good morning.
Good morning.
You know we miss you.
We do.
It's been so long. I mean, what? It's been at least a week.
I feel like if I'm not seeing you on a regular occurrence now, something's going to be missing in my life.
Well, yeah, fun.
Yeah, exactly. This is true. This is a great point. We're here to talk about markets, although we could talk about a lot of different things. I want to talk to you about the goalposts I see continuing to get moved. This morning we were talking about it. You know, you have 10-year yield at 5%. Remember when that actually mattered to the equity markets? Remember when inflation mattered at 2? Now it's at 3. And what else were we talking about, Shai? Something else with the goalposts just continuing to get moved, Danielle. And when we look at equity markets, they just keep putting the Heisman up and keep moving forward. What do you think about all that?
Yeah, there's a lot of cross currents going on right now, but I think we have to pay a little bit closer attention to the immediate damage being inflicted by rising interest rates. We've got M&A activity down 11.6% year over year. That is not a good sign. We forget that prior to missiles flying, that there was a serious private equity, private credit situation, if you will. And these rising interest rates are the death knell for private credit, commercial real estate. So many of these sectors have been trying desperately to hold on. And we need to be thinking about the short-term implications for tightening lending standards and what that's going to mean for the financial sector in particular.
The other thing we were talking about was crude oil sitting steadily above $100. And again, something else that the markets continue to push off. And I guess the question is are markets going to keep putting everything off and continue to focus on the AI story? Or are we seeing a situation where something does start to break? And if so, what is it? And again, you mentioned interest rates, so I'm assuming that's where you're going. But again, there's more than just interest rates impacting this right now.
Of course there is. And remember that almost everything that we consume has to be transported. So talking about energy, like in the broadest sense, I think is the wrong way to look at it. You have to look at gasoline prices, diesel prices, what's happening with the contrast between prices at the gas pump, the delta, the change in spending in the United States in the last month. 43% of that change is attributable to gasoline sales. It only makes up 2% of U.S. consumption. I mean, they say that we don't drive that much, but we forget that we quit making cars a few years ago. Now we just make gas guzzling SUVs. So it's made a huge and immediate impact on U.S. consumers. That's why we saw in the CPI food at home print at 0.0%. That's why we're seeing grocery store chains lay off people, which is kind of unheard of because you need a certain requisite amount of people to put the bananas out every day. So the dichotomy, the push and pull between what's happening in transports and what's happening with the U.S. consumer is really remarkable. You know, Tracy just mentioned just a few minutes ago that we have to be paying attention to what happens in the ISM services. Something incredible happened on the manufacturing side, something that we almost never see. Backlogs rose, and backlogs are typically your best leading indicator of employment. And at the same time, the employment index fell further. You don't see that unless there's a lot of panic buying. And we are seeing a ton of panic buying right now. When you see demand pulled way forward, that means only one thing. And we have to bear this in mind in the interim term. There's going to be payback, because they'd be hiring more people right now if they felt like the rising backlogs were going to be sustained, but that's not the case. And in fact, we saw this kind of dichotomy between backlogs and falling unemployment. We saw it in Ireland, we saw it in the UK. This was a global phenomenon, and all of the commentary coming out of S&P Global is saying that there is stockpiling occurring, but it's not backed by demand. So this idea of stagflationary pressures is not just a domestic issue; it's also an international issue, and I think we're going to see it show up much sooner than we think in impaired spending.
100%. I mean, we're already seeing, people like Domino's, Wingstop, we were just talking about this earlier, that are reporting lower sales due to higher gasoline prices. And so what else, should we be looking at? And, how long do you think that the economy that it's really going to start hitting the economy, or really start hitting potentially earnings?
Well, we're seeing bizarre things. We're seeing layoffs at Coinbase, 700 people this morning. I mean, wait, that doesn't make any sense. These are areas that should be immune theoretically, but at the same time, Shopify's firing people today. PayPal announced layoffs today as well. We have two payroll reports before the 4th of July, and we have Americans planning to take vacations by car at the lowest level of the current cycle. So I understand what the pundits say. We don't drive as much, we don't consume as much gasoline, but that's not what the numbers are telling us. The numbers are telling us that household budgets are so stretched right now that even a rise in an area of spending, gasoline, where they don't spend a lot, is having an enormous impact on other areas of the economy. Look for weakness in hotel chains. People are canceling their summer vacations. This is very real time, and I don't think we're going to be quite as happy of a nation celebrating 250 years, because we're going to have that payroll report come out the Thursday before July the 4th. So I think we're going to see developments on the macroeconomic front happen in a much more rapid fashion because of the magnitude and now the persistence of this gasoline price shock.
Absolutely. And I want to go back to private credit for a minute, because it seems like that's kind of been swept under the carpet largely, particularly in the media, but that's not going away anytime soon, particularly, in the software sector. So let's talk about that a little bit, and what's that looking like, and with higher rates.
So, I'm gonna not answer your question, but not because I don't want to answer your question. We actually had last week, we had a commercial real estate private firm cap redemptions. So we're not just, what I'm saying is we're seeing the potential for contagion outside of what we consider the traditional private credit sector all the way into commercial real estate. Again, we have to be looking at the senior loan officer opinion survey, lending standards, banks, how quickly that's going to percolate into and amplify what we've been seeing in private credit, right? We're not just in a higher for longer rate environment right now, waiting for worse to try and lower interest rates. It's much worse than that. We're in a situation where a high interest rate environment was causing contagion in private credit that we're actually seeing spread out into other areas of the economy, because we're no longer higher for longer. We're higher than that. And that's going to make a huge difference in credit. And I think that that's what we have to pay the absolute most attention to, and the potential for there to be bleed through into the public credit markets.
Let me ask you a question about rates. Can the Fed cut rates now when Warsh comes in? Should they cut rates?
Unfortunately, the answer is they're in between a rock and a hard place, but it doesn't matter. The labor market is so weak. We're seeing small business bankruptcies go through the roof. We need a little bit of relief. It's a 25 basis point rate cut's not going to do squat to inflation right now because it's not Fed policy. It's a blunt tool that's creating this supply shock on the gasoline front. That does not mean that mortgage rates and automobile lending rates and small business borrowing rates are not still prohibitively high. Warsh needs to get in there and say the layoffs are not stopping. Youth unemployment is rising. Underemployment is rising. We now have 300 individuals applying for an individual job versus 100 in 2019. The labor situation, there are two mandates. There is the inflation mandate, but there's also the labor mandate, and they're failing miserably on the labor mandate side. And I'm hoping that because Kevin Warsh is a little bit younger than a lot of the Fed officials, that he's going to come in and try quickly to use alternative measures of the labor market to demonstrate that the Fed is failing miserably on the labor side.
I want to stay with the jobs numbers just for a moment, just because I only follow basically what Shai or Craig tell me about the jobs data numbers, and what I've seen, they've not been so bad. So where are you seeing the weakness that you're speaking of?
So that's the thing. See, now you've got to come into the century, okay? You got to pay more attention to Tracy. Sorry. It's true. In initial jobless claims, they pop up every Thursday morning. We're like, woohoo, they're great. There are more than 7 million Americans today who are unemployed. But take a guess how many of those people are collecting unemployment benefits. Just take a guess. Of the 7 million unemployed Americans plus, what percentage are collecting unemployment benefits that you see when you
3 million. 3 million.
1 in 4. 25% of continuing jobless claimants are collecting unemployment benefits right now, meaning 75% are not. 40% have exhausted their unemployment benefits, meaning I live in the state of Texas. Theoretically, I get 28 weeks of unemployment insurance. I've run through that. Now what am I going to do? So we have to pay very, very close attention to the numbers as they're being reported. Anthony, if you were to go all the way up to beyond just unemployed and looking for work and include Americans who have given up but would still take a job if they wanted one, the number of the percentage of that larger universe who wants full-time work collecting unemployment benefits is 14%. And I think that that's why a lot of the guys I refer to as the stock jocks, they need to look beyond the headlines that suggest that the labor market is doing just fine. Because the labor market's not doing just fine when 75% of unemployed Americans aren't even collecting unemployment benefits. And when my buddy's baseball coach just drove out of a tournament a few days ago with a Lyft sticker on his car, there's clearly something that is broken. And we need to figure out better ways to assess truly how the labor market is faring.
And one more question before I hand it back off to Shai is, do those people not matter to the stock market? I mean, because I think that's what it comes down to, right? Because the stock market has always really been for the people, better off financially. So I guess the question is, does the stock market just look past that?
Well, maybe we should ask President Trump if he's going to be canceling the July 1st beginning of student loan repayment being more onerous and pushing that out until after the midterms. We saw his predecessor do that. The reason I say that is because the stress is climbing up the income ladder, and that's problematic. And we're actually starting to see high-end consumer confidence figures falling. When you see volatility in the stock market, I understand we're making all-time highs every day, but when you see big ups and downs like this, which you saw in 2000, even rich people start to get nervous. And that's the risk here. So that's what we have to begin to pay attention to. Again, we have people moving in with their parents. We have recent college graduates. We're about to have a third crop. I'm headed to my kids' college graduation in 2 days. We're about to have a third year in a row of college graduates that can't get jobs. And a lot of them have no choice but to move in with their parents. Does the bottom of the K matter to the stock market? At some point, you're going to hit critical mass. And that's where I think we're headed right now because of the magnitude of the shock to household budgets from gasoline prices, not just popping up, but not popping back down.
Exactly. I mean, higher for longer for oil prices. But let's talk about the stock market a little. I mean, we're making all-time highs, but that's largely because of the tech sector. I mean, it's not a broad-based rally whatsoever. So how long can the tech sector hold up the entire market, essentially?
But look, I mean, and everything that they're doing on the AI front involves leverage. And 24 months ago, it involves something called, I don't know, Anthony, help me out with this. Cash flow. Right, cash flow. So the way the trade is being conducted right now is much different than the way it was before. And now we're going to be coming into retail earnings. And this is kind of the tail end of the earnings season is always the ugliest. This one promises to be uglier. The highest short interest right now in the REIT universe is not the office sector. It's retail. So you're starting to see signs that there is a broadening out of beyond just what we're seeing in tech throughout the rest of the economy, and that there's only so long that this AI trade can carry this market. And by the way, I mentioned a third year in a row of college graduates not getting jobs. If you start to add up the number of Americans who are retiring to the number of Americans who keep getting fired to the number of Americans who are not getting hired, that's why we're starting to see passive flows trail off, because we're getting fewer and fewer people contributing to their 401k plans. And that could be a structural shift that continues to gain traction as the unemployment rate continues to rise into this gasoline price shock.
Danielle, we have to end it there, but you're my favorite.
I am not. If
Yes,
if I'm your favorite, I will see you this Saturday in Miami, okay? We'll go get some more sun.
You got it. Danielle, it's always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Remember, everybody, click the link in the chat. Enter a chance to win Danielle's
Daily Feather.
Daily Feather, but there's 3 of them. I keep screwing this up. That's not a chance to win one. There's
3 separate ones.
We'll get there,
Yes.
Shai. We'll get there together, right? We'll get there together. Definitely sign up for a chance to win it. Nobody talks to you straighter than Danielle DiMartino.
100%.
Like I said, she's definitely one of my favorites. Shai, final thoughts before we get to TTrades.
So just be careful around that data times today. That's actually going to kind of matter for the first time in a couple of weeks. And always, as I always say, I feel like every day I'm pounding the roof on this, but, be aware of that headline risk.
Work your stops.
Work your
is what
stops.
she's telling you, everybody.
Or trade smaller with wider stops. So
Don't tell Pax that, though.
I know.
You think he's listening right now? Who knows? Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, we're rage baiting him. All right, Shai, we'll see you later.
All right, thanks.
All right. Not only is it Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday, it's Tuesdays with TTrades. Good morning, T.
Morning. Didn't think I'd ever hear you say the word rage baiting, but here we are.
Here we are. I mean, here we are. Look at, I'm hip, man.
He's in with the trends.
How you doing, my friend? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm doing great, man. We've got one of the best macro minds followed by one of the best technical ones. So let's get right into it with you and everybody. Each and every Tuesday, this segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. T, take us through the charts today. We heard the macro backdrop from Danielle. What are you seeing in the charts?
I mean, we got a new month, right? So that's when we can zoom out a little to the monthly chart, see what's happening. And, we'll start with indices here. We have a very bullish candle, which is what I talked about last week. When we have a very bullish expansion candle or an expansion candle in general, it's going to close near the highs or the lows. So this closes in the highs. And then your reference point is our previous month's high. And if you look at how we're reacting around that previous month's high, we hit it, we get a little consolidation, or yesterday comes back, retests it, and then we're just continuing higher. So for me, it's kind of like when we had our bullish energy move there's no reason for me to try to fade this yet unless we get some sort of daily reversal, which we haven't yet. So currently on indices on a higher time frame perspective, as well as just this week, Monday we have an opposing run, so Monday moves lower. It's better seen on ES into this gap. And then I'm just going to be bullish for the remainder of this week on indices, as I have no reason to say that there has been any reversal to the downside. So I'm just aligning myself with these higher time frame candles, which remain bullish for the current time being.
You know what's interesting about this month, T, versus I think what we've seen in previous months is all of the indexes are working together. And that's something that is very hard to fade. I mean, you may not be all making all-time highs at the same time, but then again, today you have all the markets up similar in percentages. We're all green. We're not seeing the divergence as much as we've seen with the Dow or the Russell.
Yeah, there is a slight, difference in strength. That's why I've been focusing on the Nasdaq. Just tech is leading that move, and so Nasdaq does have the strength, and you can see how it's a bit stronger on the trend versus if you go to ES, it's kind of tapering out, and YM, it's a little bit more choppy. So if you are looking to the upside, I would focus on Nasdaq or assets within the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. And you and I have talked about this. And if you remember way back when we were on the lows, what was that, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, we talked about it on the low. You with this day right here, that was our Tuesday.
Yeah.
So,
and we said, if we're going to rally from here, the Nasdaq's got to lead. And then when it starts to lead, you don't want to fade it. We talked about that exactly. All right, T, what are we going next outside the indexes?
We'll talk about gold here. So we talked about gold last week just being a range, right? So I was talking about it being this range. We traded outside this range. We went to the other side of the range. And I was talking how I favor back towards the range, but I'd be more focused on the new month. And why is that? Well, we get a new monthly candle. So if we're going to form a reversal, I want to see that reversal form at a relevant level, which was this previous month's low. So if we do get a reversal here on the daily, this is something I'll be looking to trade to the other side of the range here. So I am going to be looking bullish on gold and silver. Silver hasn't taken out that low, but gold has, so it's fine. We'll see how we close today. More importantly, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Do we get a good closure? If we do, then I will be looking for gold back up into this, near 4,800 mark, and then see if we can get into the 4,900s for gold.
So similar. I guess let's go back to the beginning of the month type of scenario. The metals are not showing the strength out of the gates for the month, but yet you're bullish down in here. Is it just because we've kind of just been mean reversion type markets?
Exactly. It's just a consolidation. So when I see a consolidation, I have no reason to think, hey, we're just going to break out. Whenever I see a consolidation, I just favor trading back in towards that consolidation unless price tells me something differently. And currently, price reacting at this low is not telling me that we're breaking out to the downside. It's telling me that we're reacting. So I'd favor back into the range versus trying to trade this lower. Now that is dependent on the daily close. We can get something where, we drop and close back below this low, and then maybe I look for the breakout down lower. But currently, just because we have been in this range, it is more of a mean reversion trade to just look back in towards the middle of the range. Where's the middle of the range? Right around that 4,800, right around these highs.
Yeah, I like having you here at the beginning of the month because it really helps set the tone. I think that traders need to look at these beginning of the months to understand market environments. And again, you have equities all going together, grinding higher, and probably a lot of people looking to sell rallies in equities. And it's really not a two-way tape. It's a range expansion higher. When you look at the metals, as we talked about earlier this morning, metals really are a two-way tape. I think for day traders that want to trade two-way action, the metals are a better place for it. Again, know your environment, understand how that impacts your short-term, technicals.
Sorry, I was just going to say, going with that, if we look at NASDAQ here, right, we reach our previous month's high, we're just trading outside of it. That's telling me that we can break out and trade higher versus with gold, here's our previous month's low, we're reacting at it. And so that's exactly what you're saying, is just seeing at the start of the month what we're actually doing.
Yep, exactly. One of the things I wanted to bring up next following gold was, take a look at rates. I mean, rates have been, the bond market's been weaker. Rates have been going higher. We talked about that with Danielle. We talked about that with the panel this morning. That's going to have an impact on the gold market and the metals markets in general. What are you seeing in rates?
Yeah, so we talked about this last week, and the only reason I have these on my chart is because we talked about it last week. It's essentially just a big consolidation as well, right here. And the only reason we talked about Tuesday here trading into this low is just because it's closer to this low than it is to the high. And so that's kind of the same thing here. Once again, we're just going to use that previous month's low. Here, we're not getting as good of a reaction after this low. So I could see us trading back towards this low again. We have a move into the low. Do we expand or reverse here? No. So I'm just looking for this to be a continuation into this low.
And again, everybody, look at how the month opens, right? I mean, go back to where we are. Metals and rates very, very closely correlated right now from the beginning of the month.
Yep. So it is kind of different, for gold, I am looking lower. Or gold, I'm looking for that reaction here. Rates, I'm looking for a continuation. So we'll see which one works out. But
we'll see who wins that tug of war.
Yeah, I guess so. We can go into oil here. So oil, we did get that move higher. We talked about it last week, a breakout through this high. And then if we're trading through this high, looking for us to continue to this high is here. We have multiple days of expansion. So generally I look for 3 days of expansion. 2 or 3. Once we get that, I look for some sort of consolidation or retracement. So you can see 1, 2, 3. We consolidate, we break out. This is 1, 2, 3. Now I'm viewing this as a retracement. Now, if this is truly a retracement, then we would have respected this candle today and expanded higher. However, currently it's looking more like a consolidation. I haven't viewed this on the lower time frame yet, but if we continue to consolidate here, then I'm going to be looking for price to trade into this level here, right around 98, and then see if that's where we can form a low to trade back higher. I'm still bullish on energy or looking for it to consolidate. I don't see any reason yet for it to drop lower. It's just holding up while indices are up. That correlation's all gone since the 17th or so. That's kind of where we lost the correlation between oil and indices. So I'm not really using that correlation anymore unless it comes back. So I'm just looking for this to consolidate, form a low, and then trade higher. Or if for some reason, we actually do get a reaction here on the lower time frames, but this is not very bullish, right? We aren't getting a reaction. So I do favor a move back in towards that 98 or taking out our current month's low or current week's low, yesterday's low, and then see if we get a reaction there.
Again, another market where you come into this month and you could see more of a two-way tape. So traders that like to trade long and short, focusing more on crude oil market or gold market or rates, where equities, again, showing their primary trend. Sets the tone.
Yeah. And for me, it's all fractal, right? So I look at this previous candle. If it's going to go higher, I want to see half of this be respected. Where does that line up? Well, here's a little gap right above the half mark. So then I can look for that.
Yep. We've got a couple minutes left. We have to see Bitcoin. Bitcoin futures back up near 82K. And it's been grinding up.
I'm looking just at the USDT one, but this is just not a low that I like to trade away from. I think it would have been really nice if we would have had some sort of move to take out a low. That's how I would have looked for indices, and that's how it formed. Bitcoin just likes to make those failure swing lows and then trend higher, which we've talked about. But we also talked about it at the beginning of the last week, right? If it was going to form a reversal, could right here, but I'm more interested at the start of the month. Start of the month immediately breaks higher, doesn't respect, we have equal highs, so takes that out. Now we're clearly breaking out over this high, so for this, it's kind of the same as indices. I'm just remaining bullish, but I don't really care for it too much. It's just not something that's very clean to me or what I look to trade.
Yeah, it's tough up here, man. I mean, I haven't done anything in Bitcoin in a while and still don't look for much for it here. We have a minute left. Maybe we take a look at the dollar. Everybody's talking about all these markets, and yet there's one market that we got to keep an eye on at all times, and that's the dollar, to see how it's impacting everything. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so I'm going to use a different one because last week I was told that mine had a data glitch. So we'll use this one for this week. But it's once again just more of a consolidation, right? You can see we're inside this range here. We're inside this range here. So really there's not much to do inside this range for me. I would be more focused once we hit this previous month's low or back above into this gap right here, the reactions there, because it's just a game of, do we form a reversal there and trade back lower? Do we retrace and break out? Do we just consolidate? Then we can see if we do that, or this. I don't really have much here. Off the start of the month, I would have been looking for this low because it's just closer, but now we've reversed. We're just in the middle. So I have no idea what is going on here. It would be more of a game of set some alerts on this high, set some alerts on this low. When it goes off, what are we doing?
Yeah, and you could see it in the currencies this morning. You've got Aussie dollar flat, pound flat, euro flat, yen off a little bit, Swissy flat. I mean, there's not a lot of movement in the currencies against the dollar. Again, T, everything is focused back on the equities grinding higher, and a little bit of eyes on metals at the moment as they're teetering, and then of course everyone's keeping an eye on crude oil as well. So.
Usually this market is, for me at least, when this reminds me of back in 2023, those areas when we're just grinding higher, it's more fun to swing things rather than day trade them. And so that's kind of what I've been focusing on, is more of just a higher time frame, because this can get pretty choppy on the grind up. But if you're swinging it, it's pretty consistent if you're not over managing your position.
Yep. And that's where we'll end it here today, T. As usual, thank you so much, my brother. Always great to see you. Always great to take a look inside the charts with T. Check us out here every Tuesdays with T. Follow what my boy is doing on X and, of course, his YouTube channel. T, I'll see you next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Super hip today.
Super hip. Cool kids. Speaking of cool kids, we've got 2 cool kids coming up. Well, maybe one. I'm not going to say which one. Not going to say which one, but might be a little dig there. Anyway, quick recap of the morning, and then we'll get into black boxes this morning. Again, equities continue to grind higher. You saw the charts with T. You heard it from Danielle. The AI story is still really the story right now as tech continues to lead higher. This morning, gold doing well because rates are finally backing off a little bit. Gold has been looking for a bid. Metals have been looking for a bid, and with the bond market catching a little bit of a bid, that actually helps the metals markets. And also you heard from T, not much going on, anything against the dollar. Currency is pretty flat, and oil this morning is down, but still above $100. Still, I think, a good day traders market, two-way tape there. We're going to find out what the boys are trading next, because it's about that time to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm the coolest, not Merritt. Well,
listen,
he looks actually.
I'll give you that title.
That's
like you really need
it. I like starting to stir the pot a little bit. I was going to say, okay, so which one do you think is the cool kid? We're just going to kind of guess here. I'll let you guys figure that out later. Anyway,
take it to a poll.
Take it to a poll. Any positions on?
No, not for me.
Big Poppy.
Neither of you with positions. Wow. All right.
No, but I did hear swing trading though before we came on, so I do have a lot of those.
Oh, you do have a lot of swings on. Well, then let's start with Christian. Let's take a look at what he sees, because obviously he's sitting on some long positions in stocks, and we've got AMD today, Christian. We had Palantir yesterday. We've gotten through most of the earnings. Next week's the big boy, though, NVIDIA. I can't wait for single stocks to hear what you're going to be trading on those, but obviously we got to focus on indexes for today. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, so, it's pretty straightforward here. We're continuing to be in an uptrend. Any sort of pullback that we get, I think many forget that we're just pulling back into a recent breakout, and all we're doing is back testing that prior resistance or prior all-time highs, right? So how can we get bearish into those pullbacks when those should be buying opportunities? And that's what we continue to see since the April reversal, since this continuation that continues higher. And we recently, what did we do yesterday? We pulled back to backtest the prior all-time high, close to this prior base breakout in NQ, in ES, a little of the same. You can see this undercut of the prior all-time high here on this red line. Deep test of this base that we were in, and then bounce right back up. So until we start losing some of these base breakouts, then we have to continue to look for higher prices, right? There's been no confirmation to tell us that we need to sort of get bearish at all. As far as the morning plan for today, we are in a aggressive uptrend here since the overnight session, and we are into prior day high. So if we pull back, or let's say we form acceptance up here above this 930s area in NQ, then we can continue higher to higher prices. If we do pull back, there is a cluster of support here between London low and the 850 zones that can provide support on a pullback. And if that fails, guess what? We have more support levels down here to look for reversals. For ES, a little bit of the same. ES is lagging. We did have some earnings already, and something like Dokken is gapping up significantly. Software is gapping up. So that's helping while the semi-trade, rest. Some of those names rest as they wait for NVIDIA. Software is picking them back up. And so ES is really not moving much. Cyclicals, financials, industrials, not really taking the lead at the moment. So there's this big divergence here. And this base resistance here at 72.68, 70 can act as resistance and lead to a pullback into London low, the bull bear zone of this range. But as long as that continues to hold, or we do form some acceptance up here, we can continue higher. If not, we just get a normal retracement back to test price support, where we can look to see if we bounce until we get different information that says, hey, maybe there's a change in character. But until then, just keep buying those pullbacks.
Merritt, I'm curious to see what you're trading these days. S&P, NASDAQ continue to grind higher. Gold, a little bit of a two-way trade. Crude oil, a little bit of a two-way trade. What's your flavor these days?
For intraday, short-term order flow stuff, it's still the S&P.
S&P.
That's kind of a place I'll look to pick 2 or 3 spots a day, and just try to capture a little bit of momentum here and there. But in terms of, hey, this market is really grabbing my attention because of its context, the way it's setting up technically, and really offering risk reward asymmetry and whatnot. I'll go across a dozen or so markets, man. I have no preference. I don't care if it's, like yesterday there was a great move in soybeans. I think gold, I'm getting back on the bull train right here. I think gold against yesterday's low is skewed to the upside. I think it's a good spot that I'm going to be focused on.
Yeah, I mean, gold to me looked like it was going to break lower last few sessions, and it didn't. And all of a sudden, rates, yeah, exactly. Rates have come off a little bit, and gold caught a bit again, and it's got to make you think a little bit about it. So coming into today, is it going to be S&P focused, or what are we looking at today?
I'll bounce around between them all.
Yeah. Cool. All right, boys. I'm going to leave it to you guys. Everybody in chat, show my boys some love. Hit that like and subscribe. 211K now, on our way to 250K. We're doing them every 50K. We're doing giveaways here. And I see Merritt's got the swag on today. He's rocking that hoodie good, man. Maybe he is the cool kid, Chris. We'll never know who I was leaning towards. We don't know. Could have been Merritt. Could have been you. And maybe
you do this as you walk away.
I love it. All right, chat. Always great being with you guys in the morning. Best in the biz. Appreciate all the love and support here on NinjaTrader Live. Guys, I'll see you guys next week.
See you, brother.
All right, Daly. Take care.
Good morning, chat. How y'all doing? No luck for me, the real Morford. Good morning.
GM, morning all.
Six-month live track record, 75 trades, up 30R with a 4R max drawdown. Yeah. Go ahead and apply.
What would you like to apply?
Thank you, Morford. You too. Where is Colonel Black? Thank you, Fernando.
What percentage of funds are allocated to day swing and long term? I keep most of my money in my swing trading account. My day trading is smaller. It's just for cash flow for me. Swing trading is where, unless there's like, big sort of pivots that I want to trade around, then I'll allocate a little bit more. But swing trading is where, it's much easier to make six figures consistently with less stress, since you're capturing the whole, wave of the market in leading sectors, leading stocks, while the indices can go through the chop and those leading names continue higher. She shaved it because he was going to start sleeping on the couch if he didn't.
No, my wife was she's a supporter. She's a supporter of the all kinds of facial hair. Woo! Who's been watching cocoa futures? I tried to tell y'all. Cocoa. Remember the CoJ trade? Some of you OGs?
The what trade?
The CoJ. Cocoa and OJ. The spread.
I don't.
We created it on this stream a few weeks ago.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I don't. When you start creating things again, you create these different things. I don't listen.
Somebody show him the clip. The Covfefe trade.
Now he's got that cough stash. Are we role playing right now? Is this what this is?
I don't know what that means, son.
Swing
back
trading.
Ken says he's making back money on gold, though.
Blessed.
Bless.
Swing trading does require more capital, yes. Well, any trading, the more you have, the more you can make. But yes, with futures, you don't need much to make a significant amount.
The chat's lively today. I'm digging the chat. Good morning, Fabian Merlo. When the charts are super extended like they are right now with new highs, are you waiting for a retest of a specific area? Like in the S&P, for example, you can look at where was the main volume distribution from last week, right? Let's go full screen here, crew, so I can show this guy what I'm talking about here. Where's the main distribution from last week in terms of this volume profile from last week, not this week? Don't get me started on people who use the current developing profile and say, look, it worked here. Well, it worked there because it worked there. That's why the profile. Anyways, so looking backwards at historical profiles, you see this upper edge of where the meat of this lower distribution is. I would say the lower edge is here and the upper edge is here. And if you look at the price action, right, like we could cheat, we could say, all right, yeah, that's kind of like if you average out this high and this high and this high, it's kind of in this region. And if you average out the lows, right, it's in this region. Well, the volume profile does that work for us. And so anyways, there's your opportunity this week, right? That little sell-off that, other people were panicking on yesterday came right into that support for the week, and we've lifted off from there. So using little things like that, even when we're extended, I mean, we haven't been ultra extended. We were ultra extended when we kind of reached this area coming into April 17th. We've been sideways since April 17th. Let's be honest. We spent 2 weeks going sideways, back and forth. And then towards the tail end of last week, we broke out. Yesterday, we retested that breakout and continued. That's how I see it. So the short answer is, if you look at a daily or a weekly bar chart, it's like, yeah, we're extended. But if you look at yesterday's volume or last week's volume or support resistance, whatever you like, there's still areas to lean on because we had that little bit of a pause or whatever. So I like to lean on stuff like that. Thank you, Maya. You guys are too kind.
How's everybody doing? How's this market treating you? It's been great, no? I hope it's been great. It's a very simple approach. Just wait for a pullback and do your thing. Enjoy it while it lasts. You're trading tacos today. Hey, Jose. I'm trading so I can afford tacos, so I can afford my taco consumption. NQ free fall likely. All right. 1 like equals 1 taco for Chris. Is this turning into a mukbang video where I got to eat all the tacos? 1 like equals 1 taco though, guys. Like it up. Oh, absolutely. We're at 216 likes, guys. You guys got to wake up over there. Help us out. Yeah, I can't eat that many tacos, so you guys gotta help me out here. Corn? What do you mean? Street tacos don't have flour tortillas. Maybe in Merritt's country. I don't know what
What
tacos
is this,
are.
the Food Network? What are you guys talking about tacos for? I could see you doing a cooking show.
For tacos?
For whatever you like, man. I could see it.
I don't know how to cook that well.
Oh, really? Whoa, 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 whoa. I saw you recently, sir, comment on some random account about how they needed to like drizzle some balsamic vinaigrette on their greens or something. You were literally giving like cooking advice on a random internet post. So I bring receipts, man.
So that is you outside of my window. How did you see what I was doing?
Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo, isn't it?
Oh,
Happy
yeah. Is that
Cinco
what they
de
put
Mayo.
me on
Hey,
today?
what is Cinco de Mayo? Can you is that a real like Mexican holiday? Is it a real thing?
I don't know these things.
It's not just like an American let's go to the bar thing, right? It's not like Dia de los Muertos. What is it? Are you Googling it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah.
All right, we're hitting our stride here, guys. It just took us a second to warm up.
Yeah, it's a Mexican celebration. The Mexican army's victory over France at the Battle of Puebla. I knew that. I just want to make sure I give you the dates right.
No, I really never knew that. Never remotely heard that. It's funny, some of those things that are like, you've lived your whole life and all of a sudden you think, wait a second, what is that? All right, you stalking anything? Were you eagerly anticipating the open? You anything?
I'm mostly waiting for a pullback into support if we get it. We're a little bit extended on the hourly for me to push up here. So I'm just gonna
What levels you like
wait
for those pullbacks?
For NQ, for what? For SPX?
I don't care.
Rude. Prior week high in NQ, 916 to 920s area. That would be the first layer of support that I have. And then if we fail there, then London's low, 850s, 870s area. But I can't really be that confident in higher prices up here when we ran all night. I would need some acceptance, as the old saying goes. You gotta accept me for who I am.
Yeah, Udatsu. I didn't skip 7th grade, but the football coach that taught the history/civics class didn't tell us a lot. Y'all wouldn't believe the school system that I came out of. That's why I'm so dumb. That's what I tell myself.
I'm not a smart man.
That was good. One of the best movies of all time, by the way. Incredible. So yeah, chat, for me in the S&P is it's really about that weekly level that we retested. That's kind of the main over under in terms of directional bias. I use TPO, I use volume profile. They're fairly interchangeable depending on how you want to use them.
Cooper in the house. Wit.
Good morning, Coop.
See you. Smart Trader Paulo.
Debatable.
Cats, good morning. It's cat. I say cats. That's all I see. Who else do I recognize here? Nash. I got your message. I'll reply after the stream, my friend.
And Merritt, any comments on the fellowship guys so far? And there's 2 gals in there. I say guys all the time for just a group of people. Trends or problems or growth you've seen? It's been super interesting because everyone who entered that program, we kind of said the main challenge, and I gave them a talk about this early on, but I didn't actually know the extent of how difficult it would be. Maybe some of them are here in the chat, they could speak to it. about how suspending what they already know was going to be the hardest part, because a lot of these folks have some experience. They've really been working hard for a couple of years trying to figure this out, or at least 8 months, or stuff like that. And so I said, we are going to rebuild you from the ground up. And so it's been the hardest thing, I think, so far has been having them stop trying to perform, stop trying to be a trader, and just wholeheartedly embrace just being a student, redefining what it means to win, not trying to make P&L, but trying to apply the tactics that we're focused on for that day or that week. That's been the hardest thing. Quite frankly, they've done a phenomenal job. It's a absolutely tremendous group of people that we have in this fellowship program. I'm honored to be working with them. It's very, very cool.
You say you're honored to know me?
Yes, that's what I said.
You're honored to work with me on Tuesdays?
Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about.
I'm happy for you.
Yeah. All right, just over 3 minutes till the ding, ding, ding.
All right, let's see what stocks I gotta buy. Everything keeps making all-time highs. Can't buy those yet. How's that docking? Anybody have some docking? Gapping up on earnings? Beautiful. 17%. I got the NBIS too. Not as much size as I would want, but it's moving. Meta is lagging. It's not the best at the moment. MU, all-time highs. SMDK. Beautiful. I did add to NVIDIA. I kind of want to add a little bit more. I do think we hold here. We back tested that base yesterday, and I think from here we can push out. No idea what that is. PSRHF. Is that Pershing? Oh, Pulsar Helium. Oh, you're trading in penny stock? Good luck. Good luck, my friend.
Fernando asks, Merritt, what's your process for making entries? What do you have to check before putting things in order? What is the order? What's most important to you? That's that's a very long talk. Obviously, in this format, you'll have to get the very short version. So first off, I have context that tells me whether or not I have a trade or not. It's not the entry chart. It's context. Context is where risk reward is identified. Context is where setups and plays and playbook trades, whatever, the trade idea comes from there. Unless it's just a pure kind of order flow type scalp. So with that said, for me, entries, I'm a pullback trader. I look at something we call rhythm. I look for, enough of what I call a counter rotation against the direction I'm looking to trade. And then I look for a momentum shift. And if you look at essentially every single entry I've ever taken over the year plus of streaming on this show, you'll get a sense of that type of the timing that I like to apply. Order flow is either, again, if I'm in order flow scalpy mode, then order flow is a priority. It's a must-have. It's kind of the context for the trade, really. If not, then order flow is way down the totem pole on the very bottom of the priorities list. It's more of a tiebreaker in situations where I need it. Let's get into it.
Oh wow, Shop gap down on earnings.
I think if you can trade multiple lots of minis, then that's much preferred, right? But your risk has to be able to handle that. If you can only trade one mini, personally, I might say just trade 10 micros so you have the ability to scale out without being in that kind of mentally challenging opposite positions in minis versus micros. That would be my suggestion.
There's a question here. I would absolutely, success in your life, focus on building for the long term. Like I think Mary and I can both agree that, we don't think we can continue to be day traders all of our lives. And if we can build something more sustainable, more long-term value, then we would prefer that as we age. Well, as he ages, I'll look the same.
True.
Like I moved my money over to swing trading so that can grow more and business opportunities. A little sideways here so far, but holding. We are a bit extended here on the hourly, so I'm kind of not interested in a long here. Maybe an aggressive trade for me would be like a short on a fell breakout because it is counter trend. Oh my goodness, Dawkins, Jesus.
What is it?
This stock I'm in, gapping up huge on earnings.
Good morning, Fiber Optic.
I share quite a bit here, Pun Man, about the IB strategy, but most of the stuff that I have, the education and the back test results, the forward test results, all that system stuff, it's for the group I have that I coach. I created that strategy with them, and it's available for them. How do I do my research for stock swings? You just track what's leading the market, the themes, right? What are the themes? Memory's a theme. Fiber optics, right? I don't know. I don't really do a scanner. I just look with my eyes, see what's moving. What's the leading sector in the market? Semiconductors. Look at this breakout. Strong. Software pushing. ES is already pulling back. I'm wondering if this becomes a fill breakout for ES.
We already answered that, Carlon. We're not going to go over it again. Just rewind the
What the?
rewind the tape.
Wow.
It's wild, honestly, the lack of opportunity today. It's kind of unique.
Since the opener or since the morning?
Yeah, the whole shebang.
How long do you recommend testing a strategy? I don't know. We can have different answers. I like to do manual back testing to test the strategy. I don't do automatic. So I'll do a month long of back testing, see what the parameters show. Do I need to iterate? If I need to change something, then I do another month long. And then if I like those rules in place, then I do a 3-month long one and see if I need to change anything after getting more data. And if I do, then I do another 3-month one. And then if everything looks well, then I do a full year one. It's pretty much what I did for the IB strat. And now I have a systematic strategy where I trade only 10 minutes a day and does well. ES is a little slow versus NQ here. NQ moving on a lot of tech names, software, semiconductors.
All right, PMI in a couple minutes.
And so strong, continues.
Then at the top of the hour, new home sales, jobs numbers. And another PMI. Tracy told me before one of them's important, one of them's not, I think. I forget which. So we'll be ready for both.
Yeah, but divergence up here, NQ made a new high and ES did not. At extended levels, the 15-minute also has an RSI divergence and ES, not for NQ. But I would not be surprised if ES puts in a failed breakout here.
Thank you, Tracy. Tracy says both PMIs are important this time. So stay frosty.
Loon, I've shared the journey of the strategy here. You can call it cap, but I've shared on here while I was back testing it, while I was forward testing it. I've tested on my own personal account and Lucid accounts, and together has made $43,000 in the last 2 months. So you can call it cap, but the numbers don't lie. And I trade it here live every day. Thoughts on an aggressive short? I just shared my thoughts. We have 15-minute RSI divergences. We have a SMT between ES and NQ. So I said I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some sort of failed breakout here, but I can't exactly short it. I'd rather wait for a pullback. Just too strong. I'm not trying to get in here.
Yes. Wanna be CPT. It's only fellowship for now. Yeah. S&P just kind of hanging around this prior pit session high.
Just hanging around. Who, me?
Who, me?
Market's on fire.
Sellers kind of showed up there for a minute, and then buyers have really responded.
Me? Just hanging around.
Yeah, I think Chris is aware. I think he said either last week or the week before about how obviously there's certain overall conditions, the market ripping higher, kind of trending most days, most weeks. That's going to be kind of the ideal situation for an IB breakout strat. There's going to be times where it underperforms. That's the nature of strategies.
Yeah, it went live in the best conditions possible as a trend following strategy. So it's made, a lot of money. And just wait until you guys see me go through a drawdown. And you guys say, oh, your strategy sucks. And then we go up again. And then you're going to say, your strategy's fake. And then I go to drawdown again. Then at the end of the year,
in all seriousness, I see traders do that all the time with their own strategies. They have a few winning trades or a nice month or something, and then it's they've cracked the code, and then things start to fall apart. A couple days, right, don't work out well, and they're ready to throw it away and go find the next thing, right? You're never going to accomplish anything with that pattern. That's for sure. No, Loon's one of my favorite people in the chat. He's not there's no hate. He's just questioning things and debating. That's perfect. That's fantastic. It's welcomed.
Yeah, I thought you were saying you tested over a year and it was profitable. I did a full manual backtest for a year and it was profitable. That's what made me, say, okay, let me put my real capital to work and do a forward test to see if live results return the same. And it did.
Let's teach the Bain trade a lesson. He or she says, this market is a zero reflection of reality. How does this continue to pump? What's the lesson for the Bain trade? Sorry to make an example of you, but we're here to learn, right? Buyers want to buy, trade what you see. The market is the only reality. The market is always right, not what you think. Market doesn't care what we think. Oh, Bain says, it was tongue in cheek, I guess. But yeah, the chat's hitting you with the lessons. They're doing a great job, as only the NinjaTrader Live chat could do. It's just the market. It's like when a lot of times people say, "Oh, there's so much uncertainty right now." I just love it. I don't know if I love it or hate it when I hear that. Maybe a blend of the two, because it's like that's never not the case. There's always something, and there's always something that's got to keep the CNBC machine going, right? And keep us thinking, that the talking heads have the narrative down, and here's what you need to be afraid of now, and blah blah blah, right? So the market, well, heck, let's go to one of my favorite quotes. There we go. Actually, hydrogen, it's in the chat right there. The market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. That's such a beautiful epitome of the market. The market doesn't need to be rational. The market is irrational. You got some scalps on gold without me? Oof. It's not giving the quality enough rotations for me, at least on this 500 volume chart. It's just settled into this real choppy grind here. It's kind of like the S&P, honestly. The market is just not giving. I need to see a market, what I call open up. Need to see good quality rotations up and down, and then I can start to time up some trades and stuff. And then when the news headlines, so nothing from me so far. But that's the thing. Telly said, you can come up with a narrative, and you just have that, hey, this is rational. We should be here. Someone else could pick their data points de jour and say that it's irrational, right? Go listen to, that perma bear lady that was on the show earlier. She'll talk your head off about why it's World War III or whatever, right? So you can just pick a narrative. You know what we should do, Crudele, is we should have two of our macro guests go head to head, and we will need a mute button, and we'll need
yeah, we gotta mute him, Deli.
We'll need Tracy
Jesus.
to moderate.
I can't even think. He's talking, and I can't even form thoughts in my head.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll wrap this up. It would be awesome to have, and I apologize if I mispronounce his name, Danielle Lacal, and then Booth go head to head, but we'll need a mute button. That'd be fun.
Not much here for me to do, guys. I'm waiting for a pullback. Kind of like the short, but it'll be aggressive. I will try a short. Okay, let's see here.
I don't think that's entirely wrong, Mark Roberts. I think you're implying that it's a momentum-based strategy, and if that's the then yes, that is true. A lot of, I think Pax, doesn't he always say he's a better short than he is a long, and I think it's because it's faster and it's oftentimes cleaner in a risk-off environment.
Do I get an opportunity here? I don't think so. Maybe. Let's see. I need the candle to close here. If we go straight down, then I don't think there'll be a setup for me. Let's see, we have 20 seconds before this candle closes. I think I prefer to short ES over NQ. ES is significantly weaker. SPY is holding at prior day high. We would need to lose that. I'll test it out. And then if this doesn't work, I will wait for the IB trade and trade that. Oh, we have news in 3 minutes? Okay, I'll wait. Yeah, please. Please mute him.
Is Merritt okay? Yeah, Merritt's okay. Thanks for asking. A couple questions for Merritt. This is why I have to talk all the time, man. They're asking me questions. In your opinion, are we just chasing liquidity based on your experience with cumulative delta? To put in a nutshell, yeah, that to me that gets into like asking the why behind a move, and I have just learned not to ask that question. Isn't the market always seeking trade facilitation? Yeah, I think that's the market's purpose. That's what it does. There was another one. Merritt, you use volume chart instead of time. Yeah, I like volume. I really like volume charts. I think that when this news comes out here in a minute and a half or whatever, you'll get a big time bar, maybe, if there's a spike or whatever. But volatility expanding in volume is typically correlated with that. They are correlated. You get more bars that print on a volume. And if there's very little activity, you get less volume bars that print. So they kind of print when they should, and then don't print when there's nothing going on. And I like that about them. They tend to provide, especially during faster type markets when they're printing, smoother zigs and zags, smoother rotations, which is the way that I like to see markets, versus time can be more spiky because things happen quickly sometimes and slowly at others.
All right, 30 seconds here.
I don't think we've had summer doldrums in 6 years. I don't think that's a thing anymore. We have ridiculously good markets for short-term traders.
And long-term.
Yep. Ding, ding, ding. What you say? Oh, it's impossible to trade props with volume charts, though. You get chopped up so quick. You'll have to teach me about props. Well, so much for that volatility candle, huh? Thank you, Galil.
All right, I tried an aggressive short here. But if we don't pull back, then it's going to go for prior day high. Industrials catching a bid. Banks a little bit green. I think it's going to push out once more.
Thought about getting long here, but it's just not worth it. It's picking up pennies.
All right, took up 0.5 R loss on that. We'll continue to wait here.
This is dull.
Yeah, I traded ES because it was weak. It's weaker versus NQ. So if we were to pull back there, then ES was a favorable one versus NQ. So far, we're holding. It looks like ES wants to go for prior day high.
Merritt, would you say order flow has to be read differently during Globex, or it's not as effective, unlike RTH? No difference. Business as usual. Yeah, a lot of people, who said that? King Charles IV brings up a good point. You probably want to dial in your time frame. For example, on ES here, if you're using a 3,000 volume chart like me, if you're trading during Globex, you probably want to dial that down to be able to see some rotations and some movement, because it's typically, not always, a lot of times things are flying around these days with headlines and different stuff. But if it's a slower Globex session, most people like to dial in or go time-based, 1 minute, 3 minute, whatever. Well, I'll say it. I think a lot of times this gets overlooked, but part of being a good trader is knowing when and where you have edge. That's your job, right? Where are you supposed to put risk on? And doing nothing, while it makes for a boring show here today, the ability to do nothing is something that took me many, many years to be able to do. And I encourage you guys to be aware of that point and work on it yourselves. Yeah. It's one of the hard parts, that and again, doing nothing once you're in a position, right? Something that Chris is so good at doing. Doing nothing once you're in a position and there's nothing for you to do. That's a hard one to learn too. But again, it's that doing nothing. Doing nothing is should be a conscious choice, right? It's part of deploying the right tactics. Look, regarding summer volatility, my point is simply, if you look at (2010 to 2020) summer months volatility, however you want to measure it, right? 30-minute bar ranges during the pit session, whatever. And then you look at 2020 to 2026, and you look at that same metric during those same months of the year, I'm willing to wager that it has been higher. We've had a lot more movement and volatility in markets intraday since then. That's my point.
Here we go. Yes, it's about to tag prior day high here. We have another divergence between ES and NQ. And just very hard for me to get long.
Thank you, Neil.
We're cyclical stewing now. Software's taking a little bit of a beating.
Yeah, Jim, gold's pushing up into that upper edge of its kind of midday balance area from yesterday. It's just to me, it's a resistance area. So if we start to clear that and hold, I'll be looking for 46.60. But yeah, again, it's just not, if we go look at the intraday chart, it's like there's a pullback to VWAP at 5:45 or 6 a.m. this morning. And then since then, it's just this grind that, as you know, look at the math, right? I like to buy where I'm getting these green dots, right, where there's enough of a pullback. And since we've been trading, there's nothing in gold, and quite frankly, there's been no long signals for my systems in the S&P all session. So my process is a better trader than I am, so I'll defer to it to help me find the trades.
Yes, Charles, I'm using the full session. I mean, prior day high is the prior day's high, right?
Well, it just depends. Some people like myself use, pit session like 72, 71.
Sure, but then shouldn't
Some
that be
people use
called
Globex.
RTH high? Or
we call it yesterday's high, yesterday's low, and then we call it the overnight high and the overnight low. I think that's a pretty common nomenclature, but it's all good.
I just see it as, where is yesterday's daily's candle high? That is the prior day, so that is the high. All right, ES took prior day high and Q with another divergence. Just many divergences up here. So pull back now. At this point, I'm just going to wait for the IB strategy here to set up. And it might be a loss if, based on how high we've gone up. So we'll see what the outcome is.
Well, CLZR. I think most of my answers for stuff like that, how long did it take you to blah, blah, blah? My answer is typically a very, very long time, blah, blah, blah. But for that one, I was comfortable with it right out of the bat. I think that's because I'm kind of naturally more of a risk-seeking personality. So being active, putting on risk back on, scaling, adding, that was something that was maybe one thing in trading that I didn't have to work at. I had to work to actually tame that. I would do too much of that stuff. That was my problem. Had to dial that back. Do less. Do only things that are process driven instead of just whatever harebrained ideas I get in the moment, or doing things based off of motivations based on recent P&L or what happened on the last trade, whatever.
There it is.
There's some movement.
There it is. All right, so maybe the IB strategy triggers here as we're starting a potential pullback with 17 minutes left. All right, let's see if we pull back to 28,000. Yes, just one in prior day high. That was a tad bit early. Beautiful rejection if you guys caught this. Yes, back to the 72.68 zone. What is that, London's high? No. That was the top of yesterday's IB high. I don't know if my I'll look for a long if we pull back to prior day high in NQ. ES is back testing its breakout. Nice, Fernando. All right, so far we're holding here. Let's see how the bounce into the 988 is. You have your lower low, bounce into 988 to seek a lower high. Either we reject and make a new low, or this is it, and we're going to push out to new highs. But if we continue lower, then I'll have an opportunity for a reversal back up. If not, this might be it. SPY still holding prior day high. Oh, look at that rejection. SPY is about to lose prior day high. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the tape does look a little bit like algos are playing here. All right, we have 10 minutes left. This is good for me because we can continue to go lower and then hopefully it's set up by the time the IB is closed. The lower, the better for me. All right, TSM looks tired.
So I'm in a very kind of compromised position here in crude. I've got my stop around my entry because it's purely momentum based. it's not a typical trade for me. It was more of a, all right, things are flying around. I can get away with this, kind of a little cheeky thing.
No, I'm not short. We hold here, we're going to bounce right back up. But if prior day high is lost in SPY, then we are going to roll over. See what happens here. I don't think my setup will form here for the IB as we about to close. I would need to see another breakdown. We really haven't pulled back into like a zone support for me to look for a reversal. Yeah, we continue to hold. Look at that. A little bit of choppy action in ES this morning, just sideways, not really moving much. I mean, if you're long from earlier, then you're just, trailing what you have.
Got long some gold, a little bit more of a standard play. I don't love the intermediate term location, but I like the tape. I like the intraday trend. I like that things are starting to fly around a little bit and markets are opening up. And I like the ability for us to run stops against this current high of day. So for those reasons, I'm in.
Look at that. It didn't even pull much. very small pullback here and then new highs now.
And I will begin to scale out here at new high. Go ahead and take it there. See if we can get the... Nah, you know what? It was just a scalp. I'm flat. I'll take whatever that was.
Something happened on the tape, or
Do what?
for you to get out?
I don't love the trade location. It was just a short-term play with
I
it's
get
kind
you.
of an order flow play. So the goal there was just to run stops high of day, and we essentially did that. Did we actually take it out? No, like a tick shy, but we're not being D's for T's.
Yeah.
Where was
All right, so
I?
IB is about to close, but there
87
is no
to
structure here
93,
for my
94.
setup, so I don't think I'll be able to trade this in front of you guys today, unless we get a pullback, another one, and we start like a little downtrend. But I gotta get the accounts ready though while we wait. All right, so I have the accounts ready in case we do form something to take it, but as of now, there's nothing setting up here for the IB strat. I need to see a pullback first. I need to change my sizing calculator. 450.
Morning, Ralph.
3,500 divided by 450, 7.7 trades. All right, so I took a payout yesterday, so I have to size my trades down so I can increase my balance here again.
What's your thought process there?
So the way I've done it is I originally had a $3,000 max drawdown, so I risked 500 per trade in order to allow me, what is that, 6 trades? And I was okay with losing the account if I lost, if I went through 6 losses in a row. The max were 4 in the back test. It worked fine, perfectly. I took a payout and I have 3,500 left in each account of open profit. So now I'm going to decrease it a bit more to 450 so I can get 7.5, actually 400 per trade. So I can risk 8 losses in a row and protect.
No, I get the prudent risk management. I just mean like you're trading well, conditions are good, and you're now sizing down. That's what I don't get.
Just because of how elevated we are. The strategy tends to underperform when we reach like highs and we start to sort of chop around and pull back.
Okay.
But well, I should say this. I'm doing that for the prop accounts because of the risk management. For my own account, it's percentage based. So as the accounts have done better, my risk has increased.
Sure. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah. So I'm not touching that for that. Like that'll play out over time. My risk is around 900, 950 now per trade. When I started, it was at 500.
Gracias, Pavloshi.
Is there a way you can make the charts full screen? They're kind of split here. As you're getting older,
you got to get these ugly mugs on the screen.
Yeah, you know what they could do is they could just put this as action figures. So then they have more real estate on the screen and they just see our action figures there. And then you see more of the charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it's just
you could buy a bigger monitor. You could use some tools that allow people with vision, issues to zoom in. There's all kinds of things.
Bifocals?
Bifocals. That's
okay. Yeah. Yes, it's just choppy. NQ's doing much, much better.
I have 4 32-inch monitors. And the desk manager of Apteros is legally blind. So he uses all kinds of stuff to help him see and do his work. There's all kinds of great tools out there to help you.
All right, let's see if we pull back here. Yes, it's just really not doing much. It's in a big old range.
Man, I feel good about this performance here today. Just like doing nothing, doing nothing, doing nothing, doing nothing, and then just pouncing when things start flying around a little bit, and then doing nothing.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten much of a pullback for me to look for a long. Ended higher. And ES is Not doing it today. What am I looking for now? I'm looking for a pullback, but we haven't really had much. Would I take the IB trade on ES? No, there's no setup for ES as well. I need to see a downtrend. Remember, I am buying reversals from downtrends to position long. Buying a breakout is not part of the IB strategy. Just chopping around. Yeah, all the strength is in semis and software. But once ES loses this 9 MA, then the IB trade can set up. If it loses it, it'll start a downtrend.
Holy passive seller.
Reverses back up.
That's what you call absorption in the S&P, my friends.
What's your conditions to understand we will likely reverse back to the long side? I only have one condition as far as like the trend filter. If we're above the daily 9 MA or not. You have to understand when you're at these extended levels, buying something to look for a 6R move, it may not happen. So, a lot of the drawdown can start at these highs, or losses can start, to increase at these highs as you're looking for a significant move higher and they start to fail. All right, so ES is starting its downtrend attempt. And NQ's losing per what I look at.
Okay.
Not
okay.
Downtrend.
Downtrend.
What downtrend? Is it down below the last candle? Yes.
The last 3-minute candle is down in a rip-roaring uptrend. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we're starting the downtrend.
You heard it here first, folks. So yeah, gold made a new high by a couple ticks, but I don't care. I captured, 95% of that. I don't care that it went a couple more ticks. That's not the goal of the trading.
All right, so the idea behind the IB trade, since some of you guys keep asking, is that it's looking for a pullback inside the IB, and then it's looking to get long the reversal from that pullback. So you see this little structure here? Let me show this. See how we started a pullback, like a downtrend on this 2-minute? So the idea for the IB strat, if this formed after the IB close, would be to get long on this reversal and participate on this move. And then look for targets. So the entry would have been like around here. The stop would have been around here. And 2R would not have hit. So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for a pullback to get long the reversal, knowing that today might be a lost day, a losing day for the strategy.
That's a little anticipatory thinking, though, right? Like,
yeah, but I still execute it.
Right. I just want to be clear for the chat. He's not, because so many people make that kind of mistake, right? Where they think, oh, here's some external factor that's not a part of my process. And they say, oh, well, I'm not going to take this trade because of, I think this. So you just want to be super clear that Chris is still going to execute according to process. No worries. Welcome to the channel, D. Clements. Chris trades some stocks. He tends to swing trade, and he trades mostly NQ, some ES, some intraday stuff, but his focus is swing. I'm kind of the opposite. I focus on ES, short term, but then I will trade a dozen different futures markets from soybeans to the 10-year to the euro. Welcome. You've landed in a great spot to watch all kinds of different traders actually do their stuff.
Yeah, it's a great place.
Jackson Hole, that is the billion-dollar question, my friend. The difference between the start of a downtrend and a pullback. No one knows the answer to that question. No one knows that. We can use all kinds of different tools and different things and data and whatnot to determine, in multiple time frames, add to the complexity of that. So you'll never be able to answer that question. You'll only be able to apply your strategy to kind of turning points, if you even trade turning points. Some people are against that, right? Let's see if the aggressive buyers can overcome the passive selling that's going on in the S&P. Exactly, fly there.
Okay, so if we break above this candle's high, the strategy will take long. Once this candle closes. See, how much time do we have left? We got 40 seconds for the strategy to potentially trigger. $24 contracts for this would be like 15. And this would be 5. $40, $15.50. 16, 15.50. All right, so if we cross above 20,115.50, the strategy will trigger long, and the stop goes at the low. Here is, I'll share the indicator I created for TradingView that automatically plots my position size and my targets and risk entry and stop. It's like an all-in-one. If it triggers, right? If we make a new low, then I have to wait again. All right, we made a new low, so that entry is no longer valid. We'll need to set up another 9 MA lower high.
A lot of markets trading nicely technical today. Crude oil bouncing off nice support at 101. The 10-year rejecting so far off of 110.14 resistance. That's a big one.
All right. I had to focus there for a sec, but nothing's happening.
Cool.
No, I do not only go long. I
Look at this.
You guys have seen me get only long because we're in an uptrend, right? The trend filter is the daily 9MA. 9 SMA. Don't let Merritt tell you otherwise. When we get below the daily 9MA, then it'll look too short, right? It's a trend following strategy that looks to participate in the move of the higher time frame with a trend filter as a requirement that needs to be met, with specific requirements inside the IB that need to be met, with specific requirements around the trend structure that need to be met. So it looks simple, guys, but it's, it has many layers that need to be met simultaneously. All right, I still got to watch. I still got to keep an eye here because it can still trigger, and not the fan of it today, but I got to continue pressing the buttons. This is a 2-minute chart.
Just use like a basic zigzag indicator for measuring rotations intraday on the ES. I think is a good tool. Just create whatever kind of rule you want. I like to use a method where you have a minimum y-axis change and then a minimum number of kind of bars surrounding a minima or maxima bar. That does a pretty good job of showing you the rotations. Not a whole lot of rotations today in a lot of markets.
All right, let's see if it can set up again. It's forming here. 40. This would be 45. This would be 102.75. I need how many contracts for this one? 18. Stop it. Okay, I am in. My stop needs to be 76.50.
Oh, it's called a zigzag indicator. Zigzag.
45. All right. I don't think it'll work, but I have to.
Why
Do
not?
it.
What does that mean?
What?
Why don't you think it'll work?
Because of my understanding of the market and back test results, right? We're at an area where
So do you have
the
positive
strategy,
expectancy or not?
It does, but I like to share my opinions for that specific day.
As long as you got edge, man, I love it. In all honesty, though, it's at that we could turn that into a good teaching point there, right? we all have doubts at times about trades that we know we should put on. And the question is, are you doing what you should? Are you putting it on when you're supposed to, right? So that's a good on you.
Yeah, well, so far, the following the rules and present buttons have yielded a lot of dollars. So but might be a quick -1R here. And getting stopped out in 3, 2, 1.
Remember last week when you caught low of day long and I caught high of day short?
Yeah, that was a good day.
That was fun. But it just goes to show you guys that watching at home, the difference in activity levels, how we're carrying ourselves in markets that are giving us opportunities versus not. That's kind of the point, the theme of the day here, I think, so far.
Chris, why didn't you wait for the bar to close before you place your buy order? Because that is not the rule. The rule is to enter at the break of the last lower high, not about closing candle, nothing like that. And it's okay if you go through those stops, guys. It's okay if you go through 2 stops, 3 stops. As long as it's within the system rules and performance. Like, it's gone up so much because like the accounts have grown so much because of the uptrend we've been in. You really can't like have fear about potential losses now. Giving back 10, 20% is normal after capturing a pretty big move. Like I said, I didn't think it was going to work, and wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out.
My next trade is very likely to be a loser. Therefore, I will protect myself.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's Mark Douglas, baby.
There is a running joke in my group loon that every time I say it's not going to work, it actually works. Which is why I'm so negative towards it.
Just one trade out of many.
Yeah, that's what I think people forget.
Yeah.
I think people don't see that's because they don't, respectfully, they don't have a system to understand what that exactly means. Okay, so in case we do go to targets, I guess I should place my targets, huh? All right, 2R is at 155. 155.
These buyers are still pressing in the S&P.
25. That's 5, 4. So I should do 10. 2, 4 R would be at 28,208. So if I'm taking 5, I don't want 9. I got to take 5 off at 28,208. All right, so I got 2 targets in place, 2 orders, and either we go to our targets or we get stopped out. Now it's automatic mode. So when I say that you only need like 10 max, I mean, I only need 10 max, right? I designed it for that. 10 max a day to trade is I just get ready for the trade. I place the orders and that's it. I'm done. I let the trades play out. I don't need to think about analyzing where the market could potentially go, any support or resistance, none of that.
Pat, appreciate you guys today. Tons of great questions. Tons of you guys even chimed in and were giving advice to your peers. It was fun. It's a good day. We made as much of it as we could of a bunch of hurry up and wait.
Have I considered I lost your question. How am I considering a lower high break? It didn't break any swing lower highs here. Yeah, it did. Per the 2-minute 9MA downtrend that I track, you have a low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, right? So per what my rules again, and trend structure on the 2-minute, like it's just trend structure on the 2-minute, it did break the last lower high against the 2-minute 9 SMA.
Hey.
Yo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Chris, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. And Merritt with the fresh cut. I like it.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
R.I.P.
You're
the
welcome.
beard.
Stowe, new background. Whoa.
No, it's just blue today.
I haven't seen it. That's like a honeycomb.
It's like a Star Wars background to
Yeah, it's a
me.
Star Wars theme.
Cool.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. Structurally, everything's behaving okay. Just price seems to be teleporting around.
Not a lot of rotations.
No. Nope. It's we'll go right here, and then we'll go right here, and then we'll go back down. I haven't really taken anything. I kind of chickened out of a couple things, but other than that, I'm just gonna hold this to look for an IB break in ES. I think that's all I got today. I felt good hearing Chris get into his his strat. I was like, okay, we got hope for higher.
We'll see.
There was some dude partying really hard here at 72.75, and
the absorption.
yeah, we couldn't break below him here. But then we also got 3,700 dudes at 72.80 that were above now. So I feel good.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah.
Also down here at man, I should have taken a screenshot on the DOM. I don't think I still have them.
Yeah, he's grayed out here, but 72.70 on this spike down. Somebody ate, I don't know, 4,000 lots, something insane, like snap. So I don't know what the hell today is doing, but it's doing something.
I literally just got to my desk like 15 minutes ago.
What?
Been running around all morning, yeah.
What?
So don't really have too much for you guys.
Don't worry, Selma. I'll carry you.
Nah, I was so excited
Hop on my back. I've
I
been
was
watching
excited
this
to
thing
just
all
come
morning.
on here and tell Chris, Happy Cinco de Mayo. What are you doing tonight?
You celebrate my culture?
I don't celebrate it, but I acknowledge it. I'm acknowledging it.
I'm not doing anything.
Come on, what do you mean? It's because it's a Tuesday?
It's
I asked,
Taco
hey,
Tuesdays.
earlier. I asked him what it was. He had to Google it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't really know what it is either.
It's
but
the 5th of May, right?
yeah, but
Cinco de Mayo.
That is their direct translation.
like I grew up around a lot of Spanish friends, so yeah, Chris, I don't celebrate it, but I acknowledge it. So someone
Well,
said,
I grew up around a
earlier-
bunch of white people, and I know what they do on Cinco de Mayo, and it's get hammered drunk. So
Yeah, everybody just uses it as an excuse. Someone in the chat said Cinco de Drinko, the pain and the losses away.
yeah.
Cinco de Drinko.
All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here.
Chris has had enough.
Chris is like, I'm out.
He's
This
had
is why we
quite
cannot
enough.
be nice. This is why I can't be nice.
Bye,
In
brother.
other news, I'll see you guys on the 6th of May.
Ciao.
That sounds good.
All right,
Peace.
guys. See
care.
you guys at Jared Sesh, Merritt. See you
Merritt.
next week.
See y'all.
Later,
Bye,
chat.
guys.
Take care.
I hope I didn't put him on. I was trying to be nice. Chris, it was with great intention if you're still listening. Oh, man.
We're gonna have
What's
you
up,
watch
chat?
a cultural diversity understanding video after this, Salma, just so you make sure to be in HR compliance. Good morning, chat.
I was literally just being nice. Yo, mama. What's up, yo, mama?
We gonna clear this, dude? This is cool. For as annoying as this looks, this has actually been a pretty fun order flow day. There's a lot of big activity going on, and whenever that happens, it's really fun. Price reacts right off of it. We kicked right off of my squiggly line up here at 86.25. This volatility, VIX 18 seems to be the sweet spot for the squiggly lines to have the most reactions. So I hope we hang out in here.
Yeah, I was
As
just gonna
long as we
say,
can.
just from looking at this, any retests of the 9 EMA on the 15-minute for ES and CL has just been like a perfect chance to enter either long on ES or short CL. It's just been literally retest 9 EMA, reject, come back down, retest the 9 EMA, bounce, push back up. So YM just made new high day.
Cool.
I don't see how the Russell, which was the strongest this morning, I don't see how it doesn't also make new highs.
That's what I was missing this morning, Salma. I was missing
What?
that Dow narrative. That's
I
what
got
I need.
you.
Thank
That's
you.
what I'm here for.
Thank you so much.
We have Violet and Violet's dad in the chat.
No
Good
way.
morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. This should be her favorite show, as it's her first and second favorite people at the same time. No need to say who is first.
Yeah, no need. What's understood doesn't need to be said. So.
Yes, very true. But yeah, good morning, chat. How you living? Hey, Nick for a sig. Hey, Drunk Radish. Good morning, buddy.
Drunk Radish. What a name.
Thanks, River
I
Rock.
guess we'll just have to wait for a retest of the 15-minute. That's the only way I'll enter this. This is looking like it's gonna just be a trend day up as of right now.
It's been, I mean, you missed it, but it's been violent. Like, all of these things happened in like Like this move from 72.66 like to the high. That was like 4 minutes.
That's so crazy. Yeah, I was unfortunately not at my desk. I was on the road. And then I came home and I was like scrambling to eat breakfast. I thought I was gonna be late to get on. So yeah.
What's your go-to? What's your breakfast? What's your go-to breakfast?
I just had some eggs.
All right.
That was just some eggs. Nothing crazy.
I don't eat anything until like 1:30. Like at all, ever.
But like,
Never
is that
have.
purposely or is that just so happens to be?
It just happens to be. I'm not on a diet. I'm just not hungry. I just drink coffee.
I got you. No, so like breakfast is my favorite meal of the day.
Okay.
And doesn't necessarily mean I have to have it as soon as I wake up, but like I gotta have it before 12 at least.
Dude, this divergence, man. All day.
Lido, I like over medium. I don't really like when the yolk runs too much.
That's my jam too.
Sunny side up. Like that's how I would like it, except the yolk not being too runny.
If we can look here on NQ,
Anyway.
they're really piling in.
Stowe
to
is
push
reeling
this
us
high.
back in. Yeah, I
Sorry.
see it. Tape is picking up here.
This is what it's been today. There has been aggressive buying, like stepping in. I'm not in a particularly important NQ position, and then if we have, you can look over here on ES.
Hey, let
It's
me get your
not
screen
doing
up.
the same thing. It's just been so indecisive. What are you doing today, bud? Are you out of your damn mind? This
Who's
cat
that?
decided to.
Russell?
Yeah, Rusty. Yes, this is Russell.
Rusty.
Russell's his formal name.
The mighty
Russell.
Rusty.
I'll use that when I'm yelling at him. Russell. I don't know. We already broke the IB in NQ, so I don't really have any other things for it to do. The only thing interesting that's going on is that NQ gapped up, ES did not. NQ has held this gap, and it was not that big of one either. I think it's like 30 points. So that's still open down there.
So, like, as of right now, until ES sweeps that 7,300 level, this is considered an SMT, right? Can people in the chat confirm? I don't want to claim to be an SMT master or anything like that.
Just divergence, damn it. I don't think that it.
ES is definitely lagging behind a lot here. You could say the same as well about YM to the Russell. I mean, the Russell is mighty and strong.
This is where I want to talk. I want to get into the SMT weirdness for a second. All right.
Yeah.
This is.
Well, I do want to make one thing clear though. I only call it that if one is making a high or a low and the other has not. That is the only way I know how to use it. I don't know about any like the nitty gritty of it. Yeah. I don't get too crazy about it. It's
all discretionary anyways. You don't have to worry about it.
I just want to make that clear for the chat.
Everybody look at this. Everybody look at this candle pattern, right? You see it? Came down. We made a higher high here. And we have yet to make a higher high here.
Mm-hmm.
If you pull, but this is when the IB was set. And it hasn't broken the IB yet. That's the only thing I care about here. You come over here. It's the same candle pattern. It's the same. The only thing different is that we poked above this initial balance and it was exhaustive on NQ. So when the SMT thing comes in and when divergence in general comes in, what I'm really like, I'll pull back and look at, is this market doing the same thing? It may not have checked all the same boxes yet, but is it doing the same pattern?
Yeah.
And as long as it is, I'm not really I'm not counting on them to start doing the opposite of each other. Like now I want ES to run its IB because I know that stat exists most days, and NQ's at the highs. seems possible that we can see higher. I could be wrong, but that's how I look at it anyway.
No, I agree. Yeah, like the fact that ES is still, it's following suit is a good thing. So, yeah, I hear you.
Rusty's sad. I closed the blinds. Kevin makes me do this so he can get the lighting right. He's trying to watch birds, Kevin.
Oh, my mom's been asking me, why do you sit in a dark room? It's bad for your eyes, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you wouldn't understand, mother.
There's
You
a man.
wouldn't get it.
There's a man telling us what to do.
She doesn't understand. He says, pfft. He's funny.
That's interesting, Josh. Josh says it's not uncommon for NQ to make more progress in a low volatility melt up. I wouldn't consider 18 low. I guess it's, I don't know, is that relative? I don't know if we're low volatility melting up right now. We're still getting tape bombed to death. Who knows what happened this morning? Salma, you're also supposed to be my news person.
I got you. What do you need?
I don't know. You missed all the tape bombs. This is what happens.
Yeah,
I see
I'm
tape
sorry.
bomb. I go, Salma, what was that? And then you tell me.
Okay, I got you moving forward from this moment on. Deal. I got you. But Trump is doing something right now where he's speaking.
Okay.
Just FYI, chat.
Hey, morning, Nick. Morning, brother. Someone R2K asked, what is Stowe's range line? Fibonacci bands? No. I do not partake in the fibs. Guess again.
Yeah, there you go. Tracy said he's speaking at the White House. He's doing something completely unrelated, but you never know. He can just drop something in.
Everything's related.
He did earlier slip in we're doing very well in Iran.
Of course.
Comment,
of course we are.
Yeah. Yep. You just kind of gotta have your head on a swivel a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, there
I'm
you go.
interested in this.
That's why he's live. He's doing something about restoring the presidential fitness test. Literally nothing relating to the market or the war or anything like that.
Selma, do you remember that? Do you have to do that thing? Because I did.
Yeah, kind of, but I don't really remember it. But he just said, look, he literally just said the stock market hit an all-time high today despite the what? Skirmish?
Let me tell you.
What is this word?
Despite the...
Hold on. Wait.
Show me. Spell it for me.
No, I'm going to just drop it in the chat. Skirmish. What the heck?
It's like a scrimmage, but for war.
Define skirmish. Oh, yeah, you're right. Often unplanned battle between small groups of troops. Wow, yeah.
I tell you what's going to come back quickly if the presidential fitness test comes back is bullying. Because you know what's really hard to do? A pull-up. Yeah, I'm saying it. Pull-ups.
Well, it depends because they used to make you do underhand. Underhand is mad easy. Overhand that's the toughie. It's not? All right.
No, it's not. Not for old Spinley Stowe in 7th grade. Boy, I didn't make a lot of friends that day.
Damn, Jim says he can even do a pull-up.
No,
so, Stowe, what are we doing?
I'm not saying I can't do one. I'm saying that I'm not getting the presidential award in pull-ups. Now, I did fine in the jumping and running and all those things. I'm just mostly, it's more about proportions. I'm mostly torso. So it's like, it's a leverage problem.
I want to see someone do a chin-up. Guys, I could literally do pull-ups. I don't know why is this so hard to believe.
Yeah. Salma's in good shape. She could certainly beat me up, just to give you an idea.
Why would you say that on air in front of 1,200 people?
Well, just so you know that, you could, I didn't want them to know that you could beat me up if I ever, I don't know.
Jay, hold on. Okay, I will say this. In the chat, someone said, how about squat, deadlift, and bench? Real quick, because I'm not in a position and Stowe he's in decent green. So we can just go on a little tangent real quick.
Yeah.
I don't deadlift and I don't really squat I don't count Smith machine as like squatting. But if chat can guess how much I can bench, I'll give away the hat, my NT hat.
Whoa, let's go.
I've been saying
Also,
I'll give away this hat for a while. I'll actually do it.
What is a Smith machine?
It's just like it's like assisted for like so you don't just like fall or anything. Guys, in pounds, and make it realistic. I'm not benching no 185. Come on, be realistic. To 100 pounds. Yeah, okay.
I bet I could rip 85 pounds. How much is the bar? How much does the bar weigh?
45.
Oh, sick. Okay. Well, I can definitely do that. Plus maybe like 1 or 2 on the side.
All right. I don't know if anyone actually got it. Hold on. Anyone say 175?
Let's see.
I can do 175 for 1.
Dude, that's sick. 185 is probably the closest.
That's more than my weight.
Are we doing Prices Right rules where you can't go over, or are we just doing closest to the pin?
Why don't?
Oh, there we go.
Everyone is now saying 175.
6X Trading said 175. 6X Trading is the winner.
6X Trading, you can just hit me up on X. I'll send you a Lucid account. I don't know how to send out a hat. Played you all. Vlog it? I have a video of it, Eric.
Hell yeah. Yo, put that on the internet. I want to see that.
No, I mean, it's on my personal Instagram, but I would never put that on Twitter.
Why not?
Because people are mean.
Cool. You should be pumped about that.
No, people are mean.
Dicks, man. Don't worry about what people are up to.
Yeah.
There is no amount of meanness that the anonymous people on the internet are not capable of. But you shouldn't stop that from putting great things in the world that are fun and awesome. So.
I know, but yeah, no. I'll send it to you though if you want.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
So you can say that it actually happened and
Dude,
it wasn't.
I'll be proud of you. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Guys, it's real before you all think I'm lying.
She ain't lying.
No, but that's really, like, bench is like the only thing I do.
Paulo, I got in that long. Now, to be fair, I bought 2 lots, and then I said, I really hate this. I'm just going to put 1 lot on at 10:53 Eastern. Because there is a really obnoxious seller up here on NQ. We have made a new high, though. My target on NQ is 147. If we wanted to get real crazy, I don't think there's enough gas in the Tuesday to do it. 72.95. This extension here, since we ticked this is next on deck, but I mean, we just ticked this and rejected, so I don't know. I don't have a great read on today. So for that reason, I'm just gently doing what I'm doing.
All right, so I sent it to you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
No, but watch it so that you can tell them on air.
I will. Oh, you want to watch it right now? Okay.
It's like a 10-second video.
Okay. Oh, arch your back. Yep, that's the thing. So you know. Sick. Yeah, man. You're tough, like I said. That's real. I can't show it. I would never, Carlton. It's not mine.
You guys
to
are
show.
just mean. That's why you don't get to see.
If you, and by you, I mean the internet as a whole, were nicer and less toxic, then maybe you could have nice things. But until then.
Ty goes, does Salma have really short arms? Hey, you can't don't try to discredit my PR, but no, I don't have short arms.
What kind of question is that?
Because like shorter people, or like if your arms are short, then it's easier to bench because you're not moving too much, like your distance from like the top to the bottom is not too much. That's why
I can't do a pull up. My arms are 5 feet long. I know you guys can't see it at home, but like I'm actually 5 feet away from the camera doing this right now. It's crazy.
There you go. Jay says shorter range of motion. That's the word I was looking for, like the phrase I was looking for. There you go. Yeah, Jesus, 175 for one.
You
That's
know the
it
rule
though.
about the haters, though. Like, the more you got, the better you're doing. That's literally the rule.
Oh, I know. But
If you,
like at least on like my Twitter, like maybe my trading Instagram will probably see a little bit more personality, but like on Twitter, it's just words and stuff. It would be weird to like post a gym content.
all right.
But yeah. Anyway, back to the market. Sorry guys. I was a little distracted. I need to lock in. All right, here comes CL trying to retest the 90 MA on the 15-minute. Is this a short though?
Yeah,
This is a
how's CL
short
doing?
opportunity.
Yeah, I was going to look at CL too. Interesting. It's just back to that. It just ran previous day low, and then it seems to be partying from there.
I mean, I think this is where we found support yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if I would short this here again on CL, simply because if anyone was watching the stream with Tanya yesterday in the morning, I did say I would like to see CL drop and sweep the 101.60 level, which it did. As soon as we did that though, CL found its support and it started to reverse back up. And we literally swept that same level at around 10 a.m. And now we're continuing to we're starting to find support here and starting to push. There's 7 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. As it gets closer to closing, I will decide if I would want to enter shorts on this. You also have the 30-minute closing in 7 minutes too.
If this wasn't, it's so weird how violent this was. They did not make this easy, but this is really good trend day setup. It's also Tuesday. I get weird. I get in my head about a Tuesday for some reason.
Why?
But
It's just another day.
I know. I think I ran some stats on a Tuesday forever ago, and they're just like an unlikely trend day. So I try to have that in the back of my mind. But man, we held the piss out of the open. It was great. I don't know. We'll see.
This is why I don't do stats.
We still have, I mean, we only have a 22-point range, so we still have another 10 points in us. I guess this isn't unrealistic to get to that extension, so I'll keep it up there. We'll see what happens. I got some good jams today. I've really been on this.
Oh, I forgot to listen to music.
Viagra Boys kick. There you go. You're welcome. Turn it on. Get the vibe going.
All right, let's do this. Oh, hold on. Wait, can I get Business Duck? I'm getting a call. No.
Come on in, Business Duck.
This is very important. Sorry.
It's fine. You're all good. You take as much time as you need. I'll just be annoying the chat by myself. Mississimi, the Viagra Boys is the name of the band. They're like a weird, I would call them like they're kind of like an art rock band. But if you like stuff like the Strokes, or I get like the Hives, stuff like that, like kind of lo-fi, kind of weird. That's a really good question. How much can Business Duck bench press? I bet, I don't know. We could, if you guys want, I can take Business Duck outside, and we could do one of those videos where a car tire runs over stuff, and we'd see how we could run the Prius over Business Duck and see what happens.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm back and I'm better.
2 ounces. Dom video soon. The instructional Dom video is coming. Don't worry about it.
Oh, God. A lot of people are worrying about it, apparently.
I am not worried about it. Just for me, I checked that I check those hater boxes and I'm like, nice, must be on the path. Let's go, baby. No, I just have my, this is my last week for 2 of my classes. So I have to get my final done tonight. And then as long as I do that, I'll make that Dom instructional video. It's going to take 10 seconds, but I have to get the school stuff done.
Oh, yeah. Good luck on your final.
Thank you. It should be fine.
You're welcome.
I got the paper done already. So this is just a long test, but that part's easy. Right now, I've got a psychology class and a sociology class. But my social work stuff will start in fall. These are the last 3 things I need to knock out for gen ed stuff that didn't transfer from my associate's degree.
Good for you for doing school and going back.
Thanks, man.
Round of applause for Stowe.
No.
Why?
I don't need a round of applause. Well, I haven't passed yet. Let me get through it. What if I go back and they kick me out? They're like, you can't do this, you dummy. Go back and press buttons.
Joke's on you guys. I already
Sam, I'm going
buttons.
to be a forensic social worker is what I'm going to specialize in. That's the plan. We'll see. Hi, bud.
Someone said, why wouldn't I just long crude here? I would really only be looking for shorts. If it wants to reverse from here and continue pushing higher, great. It can do it without me. I just feel the rest of the market is very strong. I know some people may disagree and say the correlation between crude and the indices is not as relevant anymore. I disagree. If I'm rooting for Stowe's position to thrive, then I wouldn't want to be long CL. And I wouldn't be comfortably long here. I would just want to go with the trend and just look for a reshort. Got 2 minutes left on this candle, though. Fitz, we're not talking macro. We're talking right this second.
I think I can do a Pink Floyd impression. There's a Pink
Fitz
Floyd
says,
joke in there.
don't short oil, even though oil has dropped since the open. We're talking right now. We're not talking about tomorrow or a year from now. You guys really need to understand day trading mechanisms. I don't care what oil does in a year from now.
This is quite a bunch of volume. I made since Yins are bugging me about Dom stuff, so I made this huge so you can see all the stuff that's on there. These middle columns, it's a really stretched out version of it so you can look. This is how I use the bid and ask. So at bid, at ask, over here, you see how it creates this histogram. It'll have a little tail. And then you can see this pulling and stacking. I'm sure we're coming into 11:30 now. Yeah. So London's going to close. London does like a little tiny version of what we do at the close, where it's just like, let's get some orders on, get out, get in, get out, get in. So this is a good time to pay attention to what the market's doing. So we just made a bunch of volume up here. Like this is a big bit of volume. It's also the I would call that it's probably going to be in contention for the point of control. And up here, IB high is at like 134. So here. And this is the activity that's above it. This is still interested buyers up here. This is not that big of a tail. So this is not discouraging me. This was a good high at 1036. But now that we've come up here 2 more times, these buyers have had more of a chance to show that like they are interested over here. So now we're looking for less interest at the bottom of this range, which we have. You see how the tail gets skinny at the bottom? So what we want to see is this go higher, leave this node behind, and that's what trend continuation is going to look like. So now that we get up here, we can see buyers cry, and it's NQ, so it moves pretty fast. It's not, I don't just jump right into this. Definitely watch it first. But that's what we're looking for. Now, if this is going to reverse, which it can, nobody knows what this is going to do. If this is going to reverse, it's going to leave this low volume behind that it's creating here, and it's going to start to build volume somewhere else down here. And the way to think about this is that this is an auction. Price is the most fair right here. This is too cheap, and this is too expensive. So sellers think this is too expensive, so they don't let it build any volume up here. Buyers think this is too cheap, so it doesn't spend a lot of time down here. But in here, hundreds of people, many hundreds, are both in agreement that this is fine for right now. And the market just does this all day in tiny, 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 tiny little micro rotations. And the thing you can do as an auction market theorist is find the rotation sizes that make sense to you and then begin to capture little point rotations inside of those. So there's a little DOM stuff for you. You're welcome.
That's when you're supposed to say bing bong.
Bing bong. And contrary to popular opinions of some folks, the @bid and @ask is in fact on there, and I use it constantly.
Can you flatten all though?
Yeah.
That was the big topic.
Was it really?
Yeah, not being able to flatten all.
Why? It's a button on the bottom. It's right there. Now, to be fair, I don't use the DOM to trade. I use hotkeys. I press 3 buttons. That's it. That's what I'm comfortable with. Because I like to, I'm a visual person, and I like to drag my stuff around on the screen.
Yeah.
Some people, like XY, likes to get real haggly on the DOM. That ain't me. I don't like to do that. Now, when you use, I'll pull NQ over here too, so you can see it. When you use delta volume profile in conjunction with the DOM, you can see the same thing. So the red team, blue team stuff, that's what this is too. So this is buyers, this is passive buying saying this is too cheap. This is passive selling saying this is too expensive up here. And we don't have a tail at all. It's a whole 128 up here because now we've created this high. We visited a couple times. So you can zoom out. I guess how I use them both is the DOM is zoomed in. The delta volume profile is slightly zoomed out from that. And then I look at the entire volume profile from there as, see, now we might be losing it. Damn it. Now this sucks because it's the opposite of my position that I'm in, but that's okay. So I'll bring this guy back over.
Wait, is Tracy still in the chat listening? What is Project Freedom, if she's still here? Operation Project Freedom. What is that?
So we're looking for this now to start to build some volume down here, and we want to leave this tail behind. So sellers need to step in here at this low, push down, and then start to build volume. This is what they need to defend now, is the bottom of this tail.
Oh, okay, okay.
Is that where they're driving the ships around?
Yeah, that came out though like 14 minutes ago, something like that. And it's precisely where, we started to drop from. So I just wanted to know what that was.
I'm doing Project Free DOM right now.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so yeah, they can't. Sorry, let me put it in the center. I forget where my thing is sometimes. So we were looking for sellers to defend the bottom of this tail. They did come down and make a little bit. So now we have kind of this inflection point here at 114. So what you want to see if you're a seller trying to get out of this range is you want to see this sellers come down. You want to see the stack. Yeah, it's not doing it now. Now they're pulling off and everybody's pushing it to high again. So here we are testing the IB for the fourth time. That's pretty intense. Quite the shelf you got up here. But see, this is just the other side of the coin. Now it's on the buyers to prove that this is way too cheap up here. And now we have to go explore price higher.
So I might join you on these longs here. Actually, I'll set a limit. I think it's worth a shot. How's the 30-minute looking? Yeah, it's worth a shot. This is the retest of the 15-minute. If it drops a little bit lower.
No, Mia, you can't see this with candles. Like we're inside of a candle right now. This is what happens inside of a candle. This is buying and selling actively happening. The white box, this is NQ. So it's moving quickly. And NQ has a spread usually of like, I don't know, a few points. Is that a new high? Barely. NQ has a spread of a few points, so it's very jittery. This is actually quite slow for NQ. But this is resting liquidity, resting bid liquidity. This is resting offer liquidity. And then as the white box goes from left to right, this is whichever side of the spread a market order is hitting. So if someone market buys, that will cross the spread to the blue side. If someone market sells, that will cross the spread to the left side. And the way that moves the market, that's why market orders move the market, is they don't move without them. You got to cross the spread to move the market. When we say shit like that, that's what we're talking about.
Shit like that.
Yeah. I gotta chill. I gotta chill on the cursing. Having that show.
I don't think you curse.
I know, right? I used to. If you go back through the Painting the Tape episodes, it's rated R.
Is shit like that a technical term? Yeah, we might as well make it one.
Yeah, man. Hell with it. I'll just keep the Dom up. That's fine. Indians can see what this is. I'll make it nice and big for everybody. So this is us building. We're building volume higher now. Our next target is 148. So this little guy right here. You can see sellers are pulling off. Buyers are stacking on. That's how you use the pull stack. You can see some resting liquidity got added there at 146.
And I just need a little lower.
This is still some good buying aggression up here too. I mean, when they're crossing and filling 44 lots at the high, that means a buyer is still really stoked up here.
See, those CL shorts would have worked out.
Is it dying?
Well, it's trying to, but again, this 101.60 levels is a major support right now. We lose that, then yeah, things can accelerate, get a little ugly, but
not surprised. I mean, somebody sold the hell out of that thing for months.
Yeah.
Right? So resistance becomes support quickly.
Wait, what does this mean? Hold on, Tracy just put in the chat, Trump asked what would violate ceasefire. You'll find out. Bro, just tell us. Just tell us. Let us know.
Dude.
It's got the market on edge.
Listen, It's all just The Apprentice. That's it. He just knows how to tease stuff. You got to keep people on a cliff. The man is operating on a playbook that is basically early 2000s reality television. And I was around. I watched Survivor. Everything's a cliffhanger. Can you believe Survivor is still on?
I don't even know what that is.
God, so
Sorry.
Will somebody in the chat please say they know what Survivor is so I can feel less like an idiot?
Survivor. Dude, if I look that up on Google,
Don't
Survivor
Google it. Just
show.
don't. It's fine.
What even is this?
It's a game show, kind of. On an island.
Yo, I always wanted to be on one of those.
Same Ty. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, a bunch of people.
Thank you. Thank God. Woo. I appreciate Yins. There are 97. Yes. There really are like 97 seasons. It's great. Oh, hell yeah. Also, big MacGyver guy. My sister just got me a really cool MacGyver Blu-ray box set for Christmas. It is sick. The Freedom is available for download on a website that has been linked a million times. You can go to Leo the Tiger's Twitter, and it's his pinned tweet. That's probably the easiest way for me to tell you to get it.
There Crude goes.
It's free. Up or down?
Down.
Okay.
Where's the guy in the chat who talked me out of it? Where are you? Where are you?
I was going through the clips. Where are you?
Where are you? Where the hell are you?
Oh, it's so fun. I was going through the clips, and when Chris jumped in and sang that, I laughed all over again.
Wait, what clips?
For my weird social media machine.
Oh, what? Wait, you're dropping a video?
Yeah, man, I gotta drop a video every day. That's what the algorithm likes. I'm an influencer.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
I'm not sure what I influence. Hopefully good things.
I'm sure you do.
I hope to be a good influence. Chat, you can let me know. Have I been a good or a bad influence? Was I the kid bringing cigarettes to 7th grade? Maybe. Maybe.
What the hell?
Yeah, Salma, you could get them. So the best way to get cigarettes into high school back in the day was...
Yeah, please do tell.
You had a cassette, right? You know what a cassette is?
Yes, I do.
All right, cool. I'm not being a jerk. You didn't know what
Survivor was? Sorry, I didn't grow up with cable, okay?
Well, cassettes are older than Survivor.
Well, I know what cassettes are.
So what you do is you get a cassette tape that has a full cover front and back. Slide some cigs in there. It just looks like you're taking a cassette. But cigs are the exact same size as a cassette.
Oh, but where are you getting these cigs from? Who is selling a 7th grader?
You got to know some of the bad kid seniors. This is all networking, really. I mean, high school is all about...
Stowe started networking very early on.
Yeah, man. You got to network for cigs. You got to network for the case of Busch Light that needs to sit in the woods until you guys are ready for your campfire. It's all about who you know.
Funny.
Smoke.
What is Jim talking about with this frog?
You could also, yes. Have you ever seen a cigarette machine?
Like you make your own cigs?
No. So they used to have cigarette vending machines like everywhere. And
Oh,
all
I
you
didn't know that
needed
was a
was
thing.
money, and no one paying attention to you, and you just go up and you just pull them and then they slide out.
That's mad funny. You guys got away with a lot of stuff, huh?
Hell yeah. You have no idea the amount of stuff you could get away with when the internet didn't exist. It was great. You guys think now is crime season? That was crime season. Little kid crimes. I was a good dude. I was a nice kid.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
I got to remember to write this date down and make sure that I don't ask my parents to watch the show or anything, because they're going to blow my cover.
Oh, who cares at this point?
All my cigarette crimes are going to come out. Well, I spent
Put
this
it on the
long
do
getting
not
away with
watch
it. What, I
list.
want to end my streak? All right. Okay, we're coming back up to this high. I want to see what happens here at 42, because we crossed and we got into this. Somebody lifted 44 lots and then we came right off of it. So when I see large numbers at the high like this, it makes me feel like buyers are still interested in higher prices. Doesn't mean you're going to get them right away, but it means maybe think about it. Maybe don't short yet.
Yeah, it missed me. By like 2 points.
Beautiful. All right. So we see what happened when we got up there to 42. This was a lot of buying. This is a huge splash. And we hit my target of 48. And I can say my target because that's my squiggly line, damn it. Proprietary. So now the next target is, wow, 28,200. We probably ain't getting that today. But we still have a bunch of resting liquidity up here. This is now building volume. Sorry, Selma. Am I talking about this, Dom, too much today?
No, hell no. Do your thing. I don't care.
All right. Okay, cool.
Do your thing.
So we have left this little volume bit for now. And now we were building volume above. A buyer has stepped in and put a ton of size here. So now we're starting to party up here. However, this number 2 at the top with this big tail, this buying tail, that looks more exhaustive than that 47 lots that was just sitting there. So I'm not shorting this, but this no longer looks like a big hungry buyer up here anymore. But we're building volume above this volume that we just left. And this is a way that you can see, like XY talks about this all the time. You follow the volume, right? This is a way that you can see how volume is moving. It takes steps. It moves around like this. Finds an auction, leaves it, makes another one, leaves it. Sometimes it leaves it for like an hour and a half. Sometimes it leaves it for 30 seconds. And Dom rant for now.
And scene. And cut.
My little
nasty
chicken
wick on
cries.
crude.
I picked the targets with a proprietary thing that I made up. But if you ever want to know what they are, all you got to do is tune in and ask me. And I'm happy to tell you. For free. But you have to like and subscribe.
Okay, Trump's saying a lot of stuff.
Hell yeah, Italian guy. Dude, this is what we were missing. Like, you have no idea how excited I am to be able to pull that thing over and be like, look at this. Look at these turkeys. No, I don't have a Discord. The only way you can hang out with me is right here with my homie Salma and many other homies.
The homie Salma.
The homie.
The
You're a top tier homie for sure.
You are too. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, homie.
Thanks.
I ain't walking to get coffees for lower tier homies. I'll tell you that.
I'm telling you, that coffee was really, really good.
Selma's up
That
here.
was
S tier.
Thank
homie.
you. I'll not forget that. No one else bought me coffee in Miami, so.
Goddamn right. Well, everybody says Stowe's nice, so I got to precipitate that lie by getting people coffee.
Who else did you buy coffee for?
Nobody.
All right,
actually.
good.
Stowe, what are you looking at level 2 for NASDAQ when you're in ES? Because I watch both at the exact same time, homie. Also, I have a second screen. I got one runner left here from this NQ long. So I'm watching both. But I only have this much room to show you what I'm up to, so I got to bring stuff over. No, I do not think we get to 30K today. My range expectations. Well, a couple things. Number one, this high is disgusting. ES, you should be ashamed of yourself. So ideally, we break the IB. ES range expectation still has another 10 points in it, at least, maybe 15. NQs is getting close to being filled out. It only has 30 left. I mean, and those aren't gospel, but it's just a good idea. Oh, it's already time.
Jim Bob.
Whoa, who's here? Oh, hey guys.
Did you just wake up from your nap?
No,
I don't know
I've been
why.
listening the whole time. Selma, you literally posted a frog smoking a cigarette 12 hours ago.
What?
No, I didn't.
Oh, did you do
Look
a
at your
Pepe?
Twitter
feed.
The French Pepe?
Did you just call Pepe a frog?
He's a frog.
I'm like, what is Jim talking about? It's called a meme, Jim.
We gotta
In my head, I'm thinking an actual literal frog. Oh, come on,
All right,
Jim.
so whether it's a meme or not, it's a frog smoking a cigarette.
It's a meme.
Oh my goodness.
You're an unk.
I'm a what?
This is a proud unk.
You're an unk.
I don't know.
Jim's
what
the
that
people's
means.
unk. It's all right, Jim. We're unks too.
So Stowe, I like your trade, man.
Thanks, homie. I'm not in love with it. I like my NQ trade a lot better.
Yeah, no, I know, but today could be I'm going to do an edge report, and I'm going to tell you what I think of your trade, which is positive. It's just today's a day where you might have to wait a while.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and Selma, you got something cooking over there or no?
No, I'm over here laughing about your meme. Bro, what? Where do you come up with this shit?
That's what it is. Listen, when a boomer is authoritative on an issue that's contemporary, then you got to go with the boomer.
Well said. Very well said.
Thank you.
That's great.
I have no words.
Oh my goodness.
From now on, I'm not calling a meme a meme. I'm calling it a meme.
There you go. But I like the fact you got crude oil up on your chart right now. That's what's your moving average? So I'm going down there.
That's the 9 EMA. I almost was gonna enter shorts off of the 9 EMA retest. Although so I was thinking about it like here at this 11:15-ish candle.
Yeah.
It retraced too much for me, honestly. It looked like it could have done a full-on reversal.
Yeah.
And I just wasn't comfortable with taking that short. But I mean, it would have worked out. But yeah. Always watching crude. It's always up.
Yeah, I actually did take something similar. I caught a little bit of love this morning.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Dinner on Jim, guys.
Very, very awesome. Well, you guys did a great job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
And before I let you go, there's a special announcement as usual. If you were here this morning, you saw the link to try to get a free subscription to Danielle DiMartino Booth's newsletter. It's
sick.
Awesome. Chance to win. Go into the chat, click on that link, sign up. She was on the show this morning, and she was keynote at the Miami event. Very spectacular. Ex-Fed member, employee, and her intel and insight is awesome. So feel free, guys, to pop in there, try to get that from Danielle.
You know what I didn't
Awesome.
do? I didn't float my Fed trading card idea past Danielle. I wanted to so bad, but she was really talking about important stuff pretty much to everybody. So I left her alone with that stupidity.
Well, the good news is Shy Girl, our very own Tracy, is very good friends with Danielle. So I would just ask Shy to float it for you.
I know, Tracy, I should have. I have regrets.
All right. Well.
All right. We got to get out of here. Productions.
All right, you guys. Appreciate you. We're going to do an edge. Oh, by the way, before you go, one more thing. One more announcement. Hang on.
Well, tell us.
Trading to close. Remember, we have a 2 o'clock start with Shy afternoon update and then the edge report, and then trading to close XYZ, Jack and Nick. I think Jack might be at a cyber cafe somewhere or at a Starbucks, but that's going to be an awesome end of day live trading event. So hopefully we'll see everybody this afternoon. So that's all I got. Thank you guys. You did a great job as usual. I will talk to you later this week.
Bye, guys. Bye,
Sounds
chat.
good. Peace, chat.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P. A couple of things here. We're trading near the highs, right? And you can see the high of the IB. We just can't clear it, right? That price is exactly 86.25. We're trying. We got a fierce point of control at 81. Right below that's previous session's highs. And we've been kind of sideways there for the last, 6, 7, 10-minute candles. But you can see a lot of resistance there, right? So I reached into our bag of tricks at edgeful.com. That's spelled with one L, not two. And I decided, well, what are the chances of initial balance breakout on a Tuesday? Given a 6-month look back, it's happened 60% of the time we've had a single break and 40% of the time we've had a double break. So when I see that's that and I see where we're at, it's at this point in the day, I feel like asking myself, well, what's more likely? IB breakout to the upside, an IB breakout to the downside, or no breakout at all? Well, the no breakouts, it hasn't happened in the last 6 months on this particular day of the week. So I'm looking for, right now, I feel like my bias is on the upside. Now because we're quite far away from the downside. Now, the other thing I thought I'd check out is, what's the gap fill situation, the RTH gap fill situation here on a Tuesday? We have a target at 72.31, which is pretty far south, and it's only filled 60% of the time. So let's apologize for that, folks. So it's not 50-50. It's a little better than 50-50, but still doesn't give me the confidence for me to think we're gonna have a big break today. Now we're a lot of price separation between VWAP at this point. It's a capital P-shaped volume distribution. P as in Paul, with the value area relatively high up here on the screen, bumping up against the session highs as well. So that's where we're at with the E-mini S&P. Again, we'll see where we go. I wouldn't be surprised if we did a little more value area trading. And then the midpoint of that IB, that US IB, is right at that JAX 2 level also at 72.75. So that's also going to guide my thought process. Are we trading above it or below it? Lastly, and we're going to see this more prominently in the crude oil chart in a second, look at that 9 EMA. That is that yellow line there. I should make it bigger. It's been a really nice guide to the upside. Every time we kind of wick through it, buyers push us back up. So it's acting as a kind of a tighter version of the VWAP, and it's super, super interesting to me. So we'll keep an eye on that 9 EMA on a 10-minute or whatever your intraday chart is. Let's shoot over to crude oil really quickly here and check this out. It's kind of like the reverse chart here almost. Let's let the data populate here. Get in the June contract. So again, we keep bumping up against the lows here, but look at that 9 EMA. That's that yellow line again. It's kind of acting like a guide on the downside. Now, you got to be careful, and you might want to consider thinking about the micro crude oil contracts, because we do get these kind of candles that wick above it, and we even had one that closed above it, which means you're taking a lot of heat if you're trying to get short every time you wick above that 9. But keep in mind, it's been a pretty good guide. It's starting to arc up here a little bit now. We have not a nice point of control. We have an nice point of control at 101.72. Why do I say that? Well, we got a competing point of control a little bit higher at 102.21. Overnight point of control way up here at 104.23. So it's a little wonky, and we're bouncing off a PAX line at 104.40, which is kind of defining the bottom of the conversation right now. In crude oil, remember, super news-driven market here, so you got to be careful there. But again, I'm looking for a VWAP touch. I'm looking for retracement back up, perhaps closer to that 0 DTE call resistance, right where VWAP is. Also, right where the top of the IB is, the regular trading hour RB, around $103. So a lot of area of interest right there. But we still have to get through that 0 DTE put support at 102.50. Has been acting like a magnet. We had an awful lot of bars that traded through that level at 102.50. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, it's a little bit downward pressure on crude oil, and it makes sense given what's going on with the rest of the asset classes. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live today. Another great morning. Looking forward to the afternoon session. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. Really appreciate that. And, well, have a nice, relaxing lunch. We'll see you in a couple hours.